All right. It's time. It's time, everybody. It's time. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's time. Why does Twitch say unstable? Twitch, stop saying unstable. What happens if I click on that? Hold on a second. Average stream bitrate is too high. The fuck are you talking about? I mean, like, it's probably fine, but, like, you know, it's always one of those things. You're just like, oh my god, it's reaching the nth degrees. Let me see here. There's no delay or anything. Stable. Okay. Because, like, with Twitch, it's like, if it's like 7,000 KB or higher, it starts to be like, oh, fucking don't do that. Or maybe it's 7.5. Well, it's one of those things where, like, it peaks for like half a second at like 7.6 or whatever, and it's like, oh my god, what are you doing? You're destroying the ecosystem. Twitch said you're unstable because you are. That's true. That is an accurate statement that you have just spoke from your mouth. Okay. Let me get everything set up correctly here. And oop, no, wrong one. Shit. There we go. All right. What's up, everybody? How's it going? It's me, follower Toshi. We're back for another exciting, heart palpitating, skin tinglingly fun Fallout Friday Phantasmagoria. That's a book, isn't it? Or is that a movie? Like, not exactly what I said, but Phantasmagoria is like something. It's attached to something. I just can't remember. Where's the... Oh, I gotta turn the... Starting up there. There we go. Okay, now we're good on Twitch. 2 months subbed. I saw that. Thank you for the sub. Did all the fucking bells and whistles and everything go off properly when you did it? Did the little thing pop up on screen and go like yay or like whatever the fuck? I can't remember what I set my shit to. But it should be working. It should have triggered properly. Yeah? Okay, good. That's all I fucking care about. Listen, fucking, thank you for the subbies. Thank you for the fucking, the numbies and the numbos. I don't fucking give a shit about any of that. As long as the fucking bells and whistles go off, that's all that matters. Nah, I'm just joshing. But yes, either way, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's see. Just gotta make sure all my other stuff is here. It's fucking so much goddamn bullshit up all the fucking time. It's one of those things, right? And this is definitely like, you know, oh, fucking first world problems thing. But like, I'll have like ideas for videos and stuff, right? And I'll pull them up, or like, you know, I'll pull up a Word doc to start like fucking writing shit down. And then in the processes of doing so, I will also then open up like, you know, a new not a new browser, but like, you know, a new window, and I'll just be like, okay, you know, I need to do like this point of research, I need to do that point of research, and then like open, you know, new windows every once in a while, just to have like, oh, this is the bit of information I need here, this is the bit of information I need here, you know, yada yada yada. And then it fucking balloons into this thing where I have like fucking like it. I usually try to condense it to like one window specifically, but it'll have like 7 to 12 tabs open on it for like all these like little different like data and lore points, and the end result there is I do that, but then I'll have like another idea or need to like look up some stuff for like a short or whatever, and I'll pull up a completely new window for all the research I do on that. And then before you know it, I have like 4 or 5 different windows, all of like completely different research points. Like I'm looking at it right now. I have one window that's actually open to something that I was doing writing stuff for. There's another window for another video idea I have. A third one for... Which one is this? Oh, yeah, a completely separate writing project. A fourth one. This one I might actually be able to close. No, I should leave that one open because that's for something else. But point is, I open all these windows that have all these like these research tabs, and then it's like, oh, your computer's like slugging a little bit. It's using up a whole lot of like your not like, you know, KB ratio, but like, oh, you're using up a whole bunch of RAM and stuff like that. I'm like, well, what the fuck's using up so much RAM? My web browser, because I have like a million tabs open. Oh boy. But how's everybody doing? How y'all excited for the weekend? Anybody got some fun plans? You know, besides watching follower Toshi streams. What are we gonna be doing? Well, obviously we got Fallout Friday. I sort of talked about this a little bit. I think I mentioned it last week. It was something I sort of signaled that I was going to be doing. We're taking a break from Baldur's Gate 3 this weekend. We're doing I actually ran a poll because I originally had something in mind for Saturday. Sunday we're really trying to not like press, because we are definitely like enjoying just playing the game, but we're trying to make a little bit more like meaningful progress in Grounded 1 so we can get to Grounded 2 because new content has come out for Grounded 2 and it's really fun and it's cool. I haven't played it. I hopped into like a shared map that it's the map that me and Zam were playing before we, you know, set it aside until the next update. So I hopped in for like a half a second, and I could like, they added like the new section is like a pond and like a big tree and stuff, and I just like looked at the tree from a distance. It looks pretty crazy. But yeah, so there's like new content for Grounded 2. There's a new map and stuff like that, and it's one of those things where it's like, because it's like me and Zam specifically, we could just jump back into the game, play the new area, and have fun with it like we did with you know, the pumpkin patch and the garden and stuff like that. But at the same time, because we kind of have like a group going on now, and Grounded 2 is, well, one, easier, but then also sort of more fun when you have like, you know, a full team, and because we kind of want the other people that we're playing with to have like the full experience of the game. Are my pop-ups not working? Where's my on-screen? Where's my on-screen chat there? It's not fucking restream, or not restream. Fucking streamer bot. Stop fucking logging me out of shit. Son of a bitch. God damn it. Alright, hold on a second. Forget, log in. Fucking every single time I gotta reauthorize my bullshit. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like we could just jump back in and just, you know, play the new section and stuff like that, but it's not as fun unless we got all of our friends here. So, you know, that's we're making plans to do more like stream stuff, like during stream, to do more like main story stuff, and then because Witchy can only play for like a couple hours on Sunday, because, like, you know, she's a mom and she got way more important stuff to do. We mostly focus. We're making plans to mostly focus on like story content when she's around, and then when she's not around, focus a lot more on like, you know, building and like preparations and stuff like that. So the weekend, Sunday specifically, is going to be for a little bit anyway, is going to be the secret stream, still going to be Grounded 1, or still going to be Grounded, and then for the afternoon stream, it's still going to be that, at the very least until what is it, at the very least until like Zam has to clock out, because he works early in the day. The live goes crazy buzzed. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, I read that wrong. You're watching the live while buzzed. I mean, I'm not a big drinker or anything, so I don't know that experience myself, but I would imagine, yeah, being in sort of like an altered headspace, live streaming would be kind of like a crazy experience. Maybe not like, you know, being the one live streaming. I feel like you should probably not live stream yourself while under the influence of you know, whatever substance is, but that that does got to be a pretty crazy experience when you're like the one watching it. But yeah, so at least for a little bit, like, so like Saturdays are still going to be like, you know, not a wild card, but we're sort of like taking a little breather from it because there's kind of other stuff that I want to do as well. Saturdays we'll probably still be doing Baldur's Gate 3, the Bald Lock run, and then Sundays, at least for a little bit, and mostly dependent on the schedule, is going to be like Grounded, the Grounded Day. We're gonna try to make a whole lot of progress, which is kind of a bummer because I don't really like rushing a game like Grounded because there's always something to do in these kinds of survival games. But then we can get into Grounded 2 and we can more consistently engage with not only the world itself, you know, also having the option of jumping back and forth between Grounded 1 just for like, you know, building and exploration and stuff like that. But then also when new updates drop, we can engage with them like straight away. But because that is a lot more of a time dependent thing, it's going to be a situation where if we're not going to be doing the secret stream, like we can't get together for Grounded that weekend, then we'll be doing the Bald Lock run. If we can get together for Grounded, then Sundays are going to be just like a total Grounded day, and then Saturdays are going to sort of be like a little bit of a wild card. There's a couple of games that I have in mind. There's 2 demos. I think they're both demos. Maybe one of them is out already, but we are or like I got plans. It's getting a little bit more dynamic and a little bit more not expansive, but we're gonna be trying to shake things up a little bit. Let me get caught up with chat here. I'm going to meditate with people from the other school of Zen tomorrow morning, and then Sunday I'm playing in the backyard the secret stream. Let's go! Yeah, Zam goes to the Zen Center to he thinks he's so much better than us because he's trying to center himself and become a better person. That's what I think of that. Don't become a better person. Be the problem that you see in the world. No, I'm kidding. Got confused because the live description says Far Harbor, Fallout 4, but you're on 76. And that's the thing that I don't get. Like, okay, so that specifically, on my end, I use Restream. I have Atom Multistream to set up with a built-in. So there's 2 things. There's the built-in stream system, which for Atom Multistream is mostly like, what's your primary? And I think that my primary is set up as Twitch. No, sorry, excuse me. It's set up as Restream so that I can stream to both Twitch and TikTok simultaneously. The downside is I can't stream to YouTube on top of that because I gotta like pay for a subscription with Restream or whatever. The workaround though is if you have Atom Multistream, you can set your built-in stream to stream directly into the Restream setup so that you can stream to 2 separate platforms. And then I literally just add a third one on top of that, which is YouTube. And then I have to like, you know, just hit the like go live now button, but it's set up so that I can stream all 3 at the same time. The problem is I still don't know how I actually changed it because we were playing Far Harbor at one point, but then like I can like actively change the description and stuff, at least on my side when it comes to TikTok. But for whatever reason, it doesn't actually like change anything. Like it's just constantly saying that I'm doing. Yeah, I even have it like open up right now on TikTok Live on a browser, and it says Fallout Fun Day, Park, Topic, Gaming, Fallout 76. And so I keep getting people who come in and say, "Oh, it says you're playing Fallout 4." But I'm not, and I don't know how I don't know how that got set like that, and I don't know how to change it. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. There's way worse things that it could say that I'm streaming than you know, Far Harbor for Fallout 4. But yeah, I don't know how to change that. I wonder if that's a glitch they've yet to fix in an update. Listen, ever since America took over control of TikTok, the entire website has just been a fucking shit show. Oh god, there's been like one or two things like specifically on like the UI that I kind of like. I think when you switch to, I can't remember what it is. There's some like little like ripple thing to where like when you click on like a specific video, like depending on where you clicked, it'll do like a swipe out from that click point, which I kind of like as just like a visual thing. But overall, it's like the entire like the back end stuff. The back end stuff is just absolute garbage. Also, if you play Grounded 1 a little longer, maybe Obsidian will unfuck Grounded 2. Yeah. I was seeing, like, and I think you even pointed this out to me, Zam, that there were some people who were saying, like, after the newest update for Grounded 2, they were, like, reporting a lot of, like, new bugs and stuff like that. Which is, like, you know, yeah, that's kind of the downside of playing a public alpha version of the game. It's just like any new update is going to have like, you know, just a litany of bugs and stuff, but that's the thing that makes the game fun, right? like everybody in here is a Bethesda fan. I think we all get it. You guys know what I'm talking about. Ready for some Fallout 76 questions? You damn skimpy we are. Let's fucking go. Good to see you too. Yeah. I tried to say neon and then my brain's like, no, say Jaguar. And that came out as Jaguar or whatever. I'm like, uh-oh. Let's see. It'd be crazy. Oh, wow, where is it? It'd be crazy if it said COD 3 when you're playing 76, but at least you're in the same series and not a different one. Yeah, it'd be like, it says like, oh, he's playing like fucking Chessmaster 3D or whatever. And it's like, oh. No, he's just playing. somebody comes in and like, oh my god, it's like that. That guy from last week who came in and was just all like, oh, Fallout New Vegas is best and everything else after it is trash. And it's like somebody came in from like, you know, COD or whatever, and it's like, you're not playing COD, you're playing Fallout 76, objectively the worst video game of all times. And it's like, I'm sorry, I can't figure out how to change the thing. I apologize for the false advertisement, but you don't got to be like fucking like, oh, I just ruined your entire day. Like, come on, man. Let's reel it back a little bit. Jaguar, I like it. Yeah, it's kind of like it's a little bit fuck. It's a little bit Rob Zombie. We're like Dragula, you know, which is like, what was let's see, Dragula. It'd be a combination of Dracula and I guess Dracula and Jaguar. Jaguar, you know, something like that. Which is funny because they don't ever really like insinuate anything. Because like the music video, it's very clearly like, you know, he's driving like, you know, a souped up vehicle and like, oh, that's the name of the car, the Dragula, right? But then it's like nothing like in the actual like verbiage of the song is like, you know, affirming what specifically he's talking about. Which is kind of funny. But then, like, that's kind of one of the things that really makes Rob Zombie's music that extra really anything Rob Zombie does. And I might be kind of, you know, fucking wallowing in the slop a little bit here because, like, I'll be the first to admit some of his movies aren't really the greatest. But then, like, some of them are, like, some of the fucking most banger movies of all times. Like, Devil's Rejects and House of a Thousand Corpses. House of a Thousand Corpses is a little bit, you know, kind of, you know, like with some of it, it's a little bit cheesy, but like, it's hard to argue like those are not like top shelf, like, you know, top like 50 or top 100 horror movies. Like those are pretty good. Those are pretty damn solid. But like his artistic style is very interesting, not just in like, you know, a visual or like thematic way, but like he kind of just like throws random stuff together and it just like works, even though it sounds like nonsense. There's one song I really like from him, which is called I think it's just called Dead Radio, and it's like, we listen to the radio, Dead Radio. It sounds a lot cooler than I make it sound out to be. But like, yeah. And what's another one? It's like a sort of newer song. It was, I think it was just called Blackula. But it's got this like very like Scream, Blackula, scream. It's very cool. Not all of his stuff like hits. It is still sort of very of the time, you know, like 80s like hard rock and metal and stuff like that, which is kind of like a hit and miss for some people, especially people who didn't like really grow up with that kind of music. But like the one for me anyway, the ones that hit, they hit hard, and I really like them. Nagging Monster, there you go. Dragula was apparently originally the name of the drag racing car in the Munsters. See, I kind of figured that was like probably part of the inspiration, because there's been like a number of things he's worked on that has had very strong, like, you know, Munsters, Atom Family, you know, like that era of like, what is it? It's not like an actual thing, but it's more so the way like I conceptualize it. It is the like, fuck, what is it? Not cul-de-sac. Like the middle classification of horror, you know? Like, you know, it's because like that was the whole thing about the fuck, what was it? That was the whole thing about the Addams Family in and of itself. Like, oh, it's the typical trope of like, you know, like middle class suburban, you know, family, mom, dad, 2.5 kids, you know, a goofy uncle, you know, that kind of stuff. But inverted, because they're like, you know, horror. They're like, they're not monsters, but there's like the whole twist of the show is the fact that they're, you know, macabre and stuff like that. They have all of the same. They live the exact same style of life as, like, you know, like fucking Archie Bunker, and like, you know, a lot of other like family style shows from that time. But they do it, they're like just goth about it, which nowadays is kind of silly, just for the fact that like, oh, literally they just needed to make them goth, and that was the whole, like, you know, oh, this shows how weird or quirky they are or whatever. But like back then, like that was kind of, you know, like a little bit of a big deal. Okay, give me one quick second. Let me use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back, and we'll hop on in. Okay, I'm back. Let's get all set up here. Good. That all looks good. Okay. Oh, I think I need to switch characters here. Dawson, play, and that one. Whoops. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right. I was gonna say something. What was it? Oh yeah. So it's kind of funny because like in like in like mod testing and stuff, right? For Fallout 4. Fallout 4 specifically, because you know that's we've kind of been like on a pretty decent sized break from Fallout 4 while like, you know, a lot of mods and stuff were getting updated. Recently, like very recently, I think actually after I finished up streaming last week, Friday specifically, I like double checked. I'm like, you know what? Let's it's been a second. Things must have been updated at this point, right? Things must have gotten updated. So I jumped back into Fallout 4, and it seemed at the time anyway that that everything was sort of like, you know, up to date and like working and stuff like that. At least as far as I can see, there's probably like one or two mods that I just didn't have turned on at the moment that weren't properly working. So I started it up, and I'm like, okay, cool. It seems like mods are working. I think that I saw that address, because that was one of the big things that we were sort of waiting on, was address library. And I'm like, okay, it doesn't actually seem like it got updated, but you know, let's see what happens. Maybe like the things that need to get updated like aren't dependent on address library. So I got it up, and it seemed like it was all up and working again. And then like literally like 4 days later, Bethesda announced that they're doing another like big update for Fallout 4, and it's most likely going to break mods all over again and stuff, which is like, it's funny because like there's constantly this, which is like valid. There's constantly this talking point whenever Bethesda announces that they're going to be updating one of their games. It's like, oh my God, Todd Howard, stop doing this. Just let us play our mods. Why do you hate us? You know, this, that, and the other thing. Sort of sidestepping the whole conversation around like, hey, you know, it's probably like a good sign that Bethesda, even like, you know, a decade plus, is still like actively supporting, you know, Skyrim and Fallout 4 and stuff like that. Sidestepping that whole conversation for a second, it's always very funny because like a lot of people are like, you know, oh my God, it's gonna break mods. What are you doing? Oh my God. And then it's like modders are usually really quick about updating their shit. So it's like, oh no, you're not going to be able to like play Fallout 4 for like, you know, a week or like a weekend or whatever, depending on how quickly they get everything back up and running, which is like doubly crazy because maybe not 9 times out of 10, but a decent amount of time, the same people that are dragging Bethesda for like, you know, updating their games and breaking mods and stuff like that are the same people that say, that will like die on the hill of like, oh, Fallout 4 is like a horrible game. You can barely even consider it a Fallout game. It's crazy. There's so much double standards. I disabled update when I'm doing a playthrough, enable it when I'm done and taking a break, which is like that's unironically probably the way to go about it. Like, you know, I don't really care one way or the other. Like if they update it, they update it. If they don't update, you know, they don't. At this point, really all I've been doing, like it's been a long time since I've, not like a long time, but like it's been a little bit since I actually jumped in and played Fallout 4, primarily because I'm fucking I'm bad at focusing, and I'm taking forever to like get, you know, finish up my Baldur's Gate 3 run, my personal run, not like our streaming run, but I'm taking forever to finish that up because that's like the last thing, not the last thing, but that's the primary thing that I've been trying to like actually complete a playthrough on. There was, for a while, it was like, okay, I gotta do Sleeper Citizen, I gotta do Expedition 33, I gotta do Baldur's Gate 3, you know, I gotta get through all of these big games. I think I did the same thing with, did I do the same thing with Doom of the Dark Ages? I think maybe, I know there was another one in there somewhere, but the point is, it's like, it's one of those things where you constantly find yourself into like, okay, I want to play this game and I want to, you know, finish this game, But then like there's these newer games that come out that are like, you know, big huge deals. So I kind of got to divert attention away from that, and then you just kind of it's the backlog problem, right? You're constantly putting stuff off as the backlog list of games just grows and grows, because even after finishing Baldur's Gate 3, then I want to like drop back down to Starfield and like actually make some progress on that. Because like while I've beaten that and stuff, there's a lot of missions that I haven't done yet, and there's a lot of content I haven't seen. In fact, there was actually fucking check this shit out. Actually, let me see if I can find it with my brain, with my big, huge, gigantic brain. All right, fucking check this shit out. Oops, I opened up the wrong ass thing. So apparently, there is actually at least one, but there is actually a sea shanty in Starfield. You'll just be like floating around, you know, fucking gooberizing all over the place, and then you'll just fucking run into this random NPC. I'm actually gonna fucking. Considering all of the places. Oh, actually, maybe I shouldn't duck inside. I'm gonna duck over here, just somewhere where it's a little bit quieter, away from direct gunfire, and not inside specifically, because then we'll have the fucking mall music playing. Watching from the Philippines. Welcome. Hello from America. Big hamburger country. Let's go. Hope things are going pretty good there in the Philippines. Fantastic. Philippines are interesting from like a cultural perspective, and this is like a completely like fucking separate tangent. Literally nobody cares but me. But like culturally, the Philippines are really interesting because it's like, oh god, I'm being eaten by fucking mole rats. They don't want me talking about the Philippines. You'll never stop me, government mole rats. Fucking rat shit, fuck bastards. Sea shanty in Starfield? You're kidding. Nah, so fucking check this shit out. I just joined a player. Only Todd can judge me. Hell yeah. That's the way to do it. Only Todd can fucking judge my actions. Oh, shit. I closed the thing. Okay, so I kind of want to save like the best one for last, but here is and this, you guys will hear it. Ooh, actually, hold on. Maybe I can do this. No, that's copy image. All right, hold on a sec. Let me turn off world music for a second. Okay, so that'll work. I want to open this on like a separate window so that I can actually like show you guys. Motherfucker. Well, I guess this is fine. Okay, so check this shit out. I gotta make sure I'm on the right windows on TikTok as well. There we go. Okay, so this isn't like, I'm almost a bajillion% sure this isn't the first creator that like found and uploaded this, but this is the first like actual mainline one I saw. That's like just the sea shanty. So, Nikki Nonsense TV. Fucking go give her some updoodles, because this was just the first one I saw, but I'm going to attribute all of the success and knowledge about this sea shanty to her. So yeah, so saith the spider. Okay, so is it the
guys singing again?
Okay, yeah, listen. Oh, that's really fucking hard to hear, actually.
What a guys singing.
Did you guys hear that? Was that too difficult to hear? I could probably see if I could find it on YouTube. Probably have a little bit better audio volume. Here we go. Oh no, yeah, this is it. Okay. Hold on 2 seconds. Yep. This is way better audio. Okay, so Pull back down here. Boom. Here we go. This is however the fuck you want to pronounce this name right here. Contrabagran GM. All right. This is much better audio. So listen up, chat. In fact, let me actually just to kind of. All right, here we go. Oh, nope, wrong one. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Sea shanty.
I miss my dear darling and you, Atlantis, as I wander the blackness of the deep abyss. My ship is in tatters, all dented and worn, but I trust my old engine to get back by morn. Way oh, out in the blackness, way oh, out in the void. Way oh, give me back to my true love, as quick as an old asteroid.
Isn't that so fucking good? Isn't that such a fucking like unimaginable banger? Like it's like, as far as I can tell, that's it, right? That's the entirety of the song, and it's just like, you know, a little something Bethesda threw in there. It's like a little bit of like, you know, a creative flair, because obviously, you know, you're out in space, you're flying around. Space is often referred to as like, you know, the endless sea. I mean, I guess in certain connotations, but like, point is, there's a lot of overlap between like sailing and like spacefaring, right? In terms of like iconography and like general vibe and stuff like that. So it's like fucking Todd Howard, fucking, or not even Todd, just like modders even, like put more sea shanties in Starfield. That shit goes unimaginably hard. I don't know, the song for Starfield is fire. That's what I'm saying. It's so fucking good. And then like here's the thing that like not took it up to the like the next level, because again, this was the second video that I saw. So I saw a separate video from this, which I also have the thing for. Give me 2 seconds here. Actually, I think the start of this is just... All right, so this is the first one that I saw. This is the first video that I saw. There we go. By Corrupted Build, which, according to him, he originally uploaded this video, which again is the sea shanty, but he did a little bit of like creativity with it, as you can see on the on screen here with the POV. You're dying on a distant planet and ask your damaged suit AI to sing you a song before you both die. He sings you the song you've hummed every day since you got him. The framing here is in, you know, like the final bleed out spot, right? Like, oh, I found the perfect bleed out spot, like that kind of mentality. And the interesting thing here is it's framing it in a very like not a very, but a little bit of like a horror coded vibe, you know? And I guess maybe more so doubly the way that he, you know, his own little interesting twist on the song, because he does, as you guys can probably tell, this is like an AI background, which based on some of the comments that I've seen, he said he literally just grabbed from Google and probably didn't think too much about it, which is like, you know, but like, okay, fair. And then further from that, I believe he said that he used AI to modulate his voice, because he sang this himself, but he probably used like AI or some kind of like auto-tune thing to make his voice sound more robotic. But this is the first thing that I saw, and it's the same thing. So he says New Atlantis, and in my mind, I'm like, oh, it's kind of like Starfield, because like, you know, New Atlantis isn't exactly like the most original name in the universe, but it's like, it's so interesting just how like you just need a little bit of a twist in like the tone and the framing, and it completely changes how you think of like not only the song, but also like the world connected to it. So give this one a listen. I kind of like this a little bit more so because of the concept around it, you know, the AI and like the little bit of like a horror element to it. But like, I kind of really like it. It's got a little bit of a chiptune sound to it. So let me stop spinning here for a second. Let me open that up, actually. There we go. All right, so give this one a listen, guys.
I miss my dear darling in New Atlantis as I travel the vastness of the deep abyss. My ship is in tatters, all dented and worn, but I trust my old engine to get back by morn. Way out in the blackness, way out in the void, get me back to my true love as quick as an old asteroid.
Isn't that so fucking haunting? Like, isn't that so fucking good? It's crazy. Like, not just like this. Well, I mean, like, obviously, like I said, like the framing and stuff like that. But like, it's crazy how the slightest alteration or the slightest inclination, or not inclination, but like, you know, the smallest change really changes the tone and the feeling of a song. Even if like the words themselves, because the words are still like portraying the exact same message, but it's just the way it's delivered just completely changes the framing of, again, not only the song in the context of which it's being sung, but then also at least for me, your brain just starts really thinking of like, oh man, because like the world that it's applicable to, right? Like you think Fallout, for example. There's so many songs in the Fallout universe that we even see this in like Fallout Prime, right? They take which one was it? I mean, obviously, you know, Set the World on Fire, but then what was the other one they took? What was the other song that they play? Like It's All Over, but the crying, you know, they take that and they spin it a little bit and it just really amplifies a lot. It magnifies a different tune or a different tone of the story than what maybe, at least gameplay wise, we traditionally experience in these games. Where is it? I don't know the song for Starfield, just fire I'm at the Outer Worlds. Oh yeah, that was the Stupendium. I remember that one. I'm very familiar with his music. I'm not the biggest fan of everything he does, but he makes some pretty good bangers. In my opinion, the other one is better. It's giving the robot given a voice thing on YouTube. Yeah, so the first one I think is like, if we're comparing the two, the first one is objectively better because it leans a lot more into that, you know, joyful sea shanty kind of thing, which especially for a game like Starfield, where a part of the gameplay is, you know, it's just like flying around and, you know, you got your buddies and you're going on an adventure and stuff like that. Creating a sea shanty. It's very like pirate coded, right? It's very like Black Flag coded in a sense where, you know, you're sailing around, you got your buddies, throw some fucking sea shanties in there, and now you got like a great time. Obviously, it's a little bit, you know, more not fantastical, whimsical, perhaps, romantic, like romanticized, not like, you know, like a rom-com kind of thing, but it's more of a romanticized experience than they were originally trying to go with Starfield. But like, fucking, I don't know, you just can't beat a good sea shanty, and I feel like if the game had more stuff like that, like, I think those opportunities for more whimsical gaming experiences, I think that if Starfield had a little bit more of that, it'd probably be perceived a little bit better. In my opinion, the other one is better. It's giving the robot singing Daisy. Oh yeah, what was it? The robot singing Daisy one is actually really interesting because that is actually what you hear when you hear that song specifically, the one where it sounds like it's being sung with a robot or by a robot, is because it is. That was actually the first ever historical instance of non-human speech that was the first time they had ever managed to make a computer replicate in some form the human voice. It was absolutely crazy. I don't remember like if it had like, you know, like the computer had like a specific name or something, but yeah, that was the first ever instance of a non-humanoid voice, you know, in terms of like, in terms of English, like a computer, the first time a computer had ever replicated the human voice. And it was a pretty huge breakthrough. But yeah, it is a little bit of that cover is a little bit of that, like, you know, like HAL 9000 or like the computer that sung Daisy. It is a little bit, you know, I mean, obviously that was like the idea, like that's what they're leading into, but I don't know. I think again, more it's like the tone that it creates, like the visual image that the AI cover puts in my mind, just based on like, because it is a very, like, there is a bit of like rhythm behind it. It is still a sea shanty after all, but it's being sung by a robot. I mean, it's being sung by a person, but it's made to be sung. It's made to sound like it's being sung by a robot. And there's a lot of like, even if you didn't have like the POV and stuff, there's kind of like a lot of unintended narrative questions that come up when you have that sort of framing. Like this sea shanty is being sung by an AI, and your brain, or at least my brain, is all like, okay, well, why is the robot singing a sea shanty? You know, why is the robot singing at all? And then, you know, again, the framing helps, but it just, I don't know. Maybe it's more so like it's me, but like, I think it's interesting, but I definitely do think that the original one is better because, again, it has a lot more of that personhood behind it. It has a lot more of that joyousness that humans are just like objectively the best at creating. Also, Sea of Thieves has shanties, I think. I'm pretty sure it does. I haven't I never really, like, you know, got into Sea of Thieves myself, but I am pretty sure that that's what it has. Oh no, go to the train station there. There we go. Oh, damn it. Oh well. There was a fast travel cost regardless. I thought it was like you could fast travel to the train stations for free. Maybe I was wrong. I mean, obviously I was wrong. Neither have. I just assumed. I mean, it's a pirate game. I would actually be a little bit surprised if they didn't have sea shanties. Like, you got a pirate game and there's no sea shanties, brother. What, brother? Ugh. All right, but yeah, we're back in Fallout 76. We're back with Dawson. Good times, great times, best times you ever had. Let's fucking get rolling. We're gonna head a little bit deeper into the ash heap. We kind of started to go into the ash heap last week, like very, very, very briefly, and then we sort of like diverted a little bit, and we ended up at the White Spring, and we went somewhere. Did we go somewhere else, or was that like, because we did stuff in the Toxic Valley that took like almost no time at all, which was actually kind of low key, high key crazy. Fucking remove it. There we go. That's weird. But yeah, we didn't do like a lot of exploring. I mostly got caught up in fucking yapping a whole lot, which is like, you know, duh. that's what Toshi do. Toshi do be yapping. But we started into here, but we didn't really get very far. So I want to go this way, and I want to at least get to, I want to get over here to the to the Camden Fairground, and we can hang out there for a little bit. Not gonna worry about this infestation zone, because like even with my character, that shit, that they got fucking hands. It's crazy. Open here. 6 more days till Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2, and I'm so excited. Hell yeah. That's the way to do it. That's what we're fucking talking about. I think I mentioned this like last time that got brought up, but like I was kind of thinking like, oh, like maybe that could be something that we could do for a stream, like play Metal Gear Solid 5. I mean, like it's been a long time since I played Metal Gear Solid 5. What is wrong with this water? Why does this water look off? Oh, it's not fucking moving. Oh, you guys see this? This is standing water. You guys seeing this? This is crazy. It's water what ain't even moving a little bit. It's got the ripple lines, like the ripple effect, but it's not actually moving. That looks freaky. Don't drink that. It's full of irradiated bacteria. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Oh, spicy water. Let's fucking go. But like that visually, that's just weird. I was like up there and I'm kind of like looking down at the water. I'm like, why does that water look wrong? What's going on here? It's because it's fucking frozen in time. It's frozen in time, chat. The water is evil. I'm gonna shoot it with this gun. Oh my god. I didn't do jack shit. Not that I expected it would, but it was like, that's crazy. This is like some fucking backroom shit. Just walking along, all of a sudden you like pass a fountain or whatever, and it's just like, stop moving. Now you'll shit your guts out with radioactive diarrhea. Nuh-uh. That's only if you eat from Taco Bell. Fucking idiot. There was a TikTok I saw where they probably got it to do this because they like had like a flashlight or some kind of other light source in the bag, but like somebody they went like there's at least one girl. She went to Taco Bell and she got like a Baja Blast or something, and she's taking it out of the bag, like the cup out of the bag, and she's got the light source in it. So it looks like it's all like glowing blue and stuff like that. It was so funny because it played that song from, I believe, the latter section of Moana, that Disney movie. And it was like, fuck, what was it? Now I gotta remember the song. I think like objectively Moana has like some of the best music that Disney has made in probably like the last decade. At the very least, you know, the last like really, really good one, like consistently, like across the entire movie, like since Frozen. Frozen had really good music. Fuck, what was it? It was like, oh yeah, it was like, I have crossed the horizon to find you. I know your name. And it was like that, and she's like pulling the cup out, and it's all like it's a holy relic and stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, that's so fucking funny. But then the funnier thing, or like one of, like, you know, subjectively the funnier thing, was someone in the comment section was all like, Taco Bell doesn't give you diarrhea if you're pure of heart. That shit was so fucking funny. It fucking killed me. God, the fucking comment section is the fucking like most disgusting place. Like, it's either one of the funniest or the most horrendous places on the internet, just like in general. But like, oh man, that one fucking took me out. That was some good shit. Bang, 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 bang. Ow, fucker. How dare you? They're hitting me. Chad, do something. Good job. You guys took that one out. Get the other one. Phew. Ah, shit. I missed. I fired, and then I missed. Bam. There we go. Fuck. I should probably, like, take cover instead of just standing out here like a dick. Oh, okay. They're not interested anymore. Cool. Thanks. Cool. Great. Super. Ow. And I wasn't even fucking loaded. Seriously, they just like quit. I think it's because they were attached to like this little fucking mission over here, but like still. That fucking hurts. That hurts my emotions. What's going on here? Another funny like not fucking moving thing. It seems like this is supposed to be like a hole, but there's also like grass here, but there's not supposed to be grass here. Whoa, you see that? Like visually. Oh, it's like a fucking optical illusion. It's like from this perspective, it looks about right. Yeah? Like this whole situation, that looks about right. But then you like walk in here and like there's depth where there's not, and then this has like whatever the fuck's going on here. It's kind of like I'm seeing through the ground. Like this is supposed to be like solid ground, but I got like x-ray vision on or some shit. Fallout 76 is being trippy today. Is the fucking river water? Is there? No. Okay, yeah, there's no river. Oh no, yeah, there is. It is also not moving. Hilarious. Epic. Based. This feels like there's supposed to be like long grass here, but there is very clearly not. There's a downed tree, and I'm gonna take the wood out of it. All right, let's see. Ah, the bridge is out. Oh, fuck. Some bitch. That's not good. See, you got grass all over here, but then, like, for whatever reason, no grass here. Oh! Oh, no, accident activity. That's fine. That's normal. Did you guys see that fucking article? Like, guys, check this shit out. So, last week, we talked at length about, like, when I think, we talked last week, like, at length about my headcanon around when I predict Elder Scrolls 6, and then like like Elder Scrolls 6, Fallout 3 and New Vegas remasters, and then Fallout 5. I sort of like talked about, and my own predictions, my own headcanons for. Oh no, I'm getting shot at. For like when those games are coming out, right? I basically said that I anticipate I anticipate there being like trailers and teasers and stuff closer to like the end of the year. Maybe during the Game Awards we'll actually get like a full proper trailer or whatever. Blah. There we go. Or maybe just like an actual proper teaser and then like a full trailer, sometime in like the spring or whatever. And then I predicted like we're probably going to be seeing Elder Scrolls 6 coming out like, fall of next year, winter of 2027, right? Like roughly based on how early the game was teased, combined with the extra gas that Xbox has put in Bethesda's tank, and just how long their development cycles usually are. I theorized and predicted that we were going to be seeing Elder Scrolls 6 in 2027, and I fucking shit you not, like 2 days later. 2-3 days later, I see an article from. It was one of those articles from like a lesser known publication where it's kind of like, they might just be fucking like rehashing like Twitter rumors or stuff like that. But I saw an article that was like, oh, fucking Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be coming out like fall 2027, according to like industry insiders or whatever the fuck. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, I have never felt like such ginormous brain as I do now, because like I called that shit so fucking hard. And then like from there again, as I made a short talking about all this, but like again, the basic speculation was like I sort of went a little bit more in depth into my like methodology, my like back of the napkin math kind of bullshit, because between their major so will Elder Scrolls be coming out after Starfield 2? No, Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be coming out next year. Let me break down the math on this real quick. For anybody on YouTube or TikTok, if you want to actually hear like a condensed, well written out, well explained, concise version of exactly what I'm about to say, check like 2 shorts back. If you're watching on TikTok or YouTube in my shorts, because I'm about to say exactly the same stuff that I said in my short, which we also talked about last week. So ever since Morrowind, right? Ever since Elder Scrolls Morrowind in like 2002, Bethesda has had a very consistent 3 to 4 years between their, at the time, 2 major titles, Elder Scrolls and Fallout. Morrowind came out in 2002. Oblivion came out in 2006. Fallout 3 came out in 2008, if memory serves. Skyrim came out in 2011. Fallout 4 came out in 2016. And then, 2015, 2016. I can't remember right off rip. A couple years after that, like 3-4 years after that, was Fallout 76. And then about, again, was there something between that? Oh yeah, it was no. It was the Oblivion remaster was after Starfield. I think there was actually the biggest development gap between between Fallout 76 and Starfield. But then Starfield came out, and then 2 years after that, we had the Oblivion remaster come out, which remasters are a lot easier. The development time on those are a lot shorter. So while remasters and stuff like that are like decent indicators of the production cycle of, these larger developers, you can't really place too much stock in them as far as like, oh, what's the company's like overall turnaround. But again, between these 3 major titles, there's usually around a 3 to 4 year, sometimes again, a little bit longer, 5 year, but on average, a 3 to 4 year turnaround, maybe a little bit closer to 4, for these major titles. Starfield, because it was like the 3rd major title that they wanted to get in there and start making stuff for, definitely spread out the development of like a couple of other games. But again, they have a really consistent turnaround with their creation games specifically, setting aside like, remasters, like major DLC, I guess you could also include spin-off titles. You could probably argue that Fallout 76 should be lumped in there if I'm not including Elder Scrolls Online, which, to be fair, I didn't take that into calculation myself, but I can see an argument for an online game like that, like those two, being a larger part of their overall development cycle, and that's sort of throwing off the math a little bit. But using that basic, again, back of the napkin math, roughly 3-4 years between major release, we can safely, comfortably place comfortably place Elder Scrolls 6 3 to 4 years after Starfield came out, which is roughly either late 2026 or late 2027. Again, I'm more so of the mindset that it's going to be 2027, but that's me. That's just the back of the napkin stuff that I'm working off here. And then if we go from that, 2027, we're going to get somewhere, again, because remasters take a lot less time to get out the door, we're going to get the remasters of Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, most likely sometime in 2028. Maybe, and this is kind of a maybe held off until spring 2029, right? Early in 2029, maybe even like not early January, but like earlier in the year, like February or something like that. Again, this specifically, I think, might more so be to coincide with a release of a new season of Fallout Prime. It could very well be the fact that season 3, maybe like season 2 did, comes out closer to the end of the year, and then we get either a shadow drop of the game before, or of those releases before or after the series. I would probably argue that it would be after the season, or again right before season 4. Again, though, those are remasters, so it's easier to get those out because they, again, take so much less development time. And if we tag Elder Scrolls 6 as being released in 2027, we can then, again, based on that turnaround schedule of like 3-4 years, safely assume and I'm not saying guaranteed, I'm saying assume based on, you know, a lot of the math and the pre-established history of their development cycle, we can tag Fallout 5 as coming out in 2029, late 2028. And I'm talking like the last 2 months of 2028 at the earliest, because the biggest determining factor right now is that Ashish Sharma and Xbox are putting a lot more pressure on Bethesda and a lot of other studios to really get their major titles out the door. So we could see Fallout 5 releasing sooner than 2029. I, however, think that it's probably safer that we're going to be seeing it like, you know, holiday 2029. That's more so my headcanon based on what we know of their development cycle, taking into consideration, you know, these games take a long time, so giving them enough time to sort of make the game as stable, as, you know, bugless as possible. And then on top of that, factoring in, you know, Xbox wanting them to focus a lot harder on their, you know, their main staple games. That's what I'm thinking. That's my headspace there. Do you think we'll get anything in Gamescom in 2025? I don't think so, because Gamescom is more of like a developer and like it's more of like a developer thing, right? It's a lot more of the like technical side of the industry. It's still a big event, and there are games that get announced at Gamescom, but usually most of the attention is around like the Summer Games Fest stuff and like the Game Awards. Ever since E3 went under, like that's where the bigger releases started becoming more and more prevalent. There could be releases, there could be announcements and stuff like that. For Bethesda specifically, I don't see them releasing like a major thing like that with at Gamescom specifically, right? It's kind of like with like the Fallout Day stuff. Because everybody's like, oh my God, but they're just doing a Fallout Day. That means they're going to announce something like huge and ginormous and stuff. It's like, well, no. One, it would make no sense to do that because Fallout Day is about, you know, celebrating the Fallout community, not just the games. And then two, they do Fallout Day in like late October. So if they're trying to get like the most eyes on their stuff, one, they're not going to do it at a niche community specific event. They're just going to wait like, you know, a month and a half for the Game Awards where they know like fucking millions of people are actively watching and like all eyes are on them, you know, on the event, and they're just going to release it then, or like, you know, announce something then. That just makes so much more sense in my mind. That's how I rationalize it. Give me my Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas remaster, then Starfield 2. Never make a Starfield 2. That's kind of one of the interesting things I'm thinking, is that like, as far as like what they could potentially do with a Starfield 2, if they do make anything, and I'm not saying that like, oh, the game was like a huge failure, they're probably not going to do anything with it ever again, but it was like a very sort of like enclosed ecosystem in a sense of like the game itself. I feel as if they're going to make a Starfield 2, which I very much feel like they are going to make, because they seem like they're invested in making the franchise, you know, making it like a proper franchise that they work on. I feel as if we're most likely either going to be getting like some spin-off games, like smaller scale Starfield-esque projects, or we're going to be getting like, you know, I'm thinking like, you know, mobile games like Tiny or things like that, or we're going to be getting something like New Vegas but for Starfield, right? Like a smaller side game that's like still canon and everything, but is like made by a developer that focuses on a very specific kind of development style, right? Like they have a very specific way that they design their games. I think that is most likely going to be the strongest indicator of what we see leading up to, you know, again, years separated, leading up to a potential, you know, Starfield 2 release, which, again, I'm curious as what they could potentially do with that, because it's not like, you know, Starfield or Fallout or Elder Scrolls where the timetable is either a lot more where they have like a lot more space to work with, right? I don't know. I don't really have like the most well organized thoughts around like what Starfield 2 could be. But I feel as if there is still a lot there that could be worked with. I'm listening to this deeply. Yeah, when I'm all fucking ranting about like my red string theory about when I think Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 is going to be coming out. I feel like I'm pretty close. I don't feel like I'm like that far off, especially since, you know, we're starting to get rumors that at the very least confirm my theory around when Fallout or when Elder Scrolls 6 is coming out. Skyrim came out 11/11/11. If 2027 is right, that's 16 years. Yeah, but you have to take into account again. Well, yeah, two things. One thing, they have Elder Scrolls Online, which is like the in the middle in between thing. But then you also have to remember that they're also, because that's why it feels like it's been so long since we got a new Elder Scrolls game, and on top of the fact, and that it's been so long since we got a new Fallout game, because one, we have, but two, we haven't been bereft of new content for those titles. We have the online experiences with 76 and Elder Scrolls Online. We have on Elder Scrolls side, we have the Oblivion spinoff, which, you know, is decent. It's solid. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but it's not like we're not getting any new content. And then on Fallout side, we also have the Amazon series. Oh, and then fucking, what was it? Elder Scrolls Blades was like actually properly released, right? Like that came out, and then there was also the mobile game Elder Scrolls Castles, which I personally like really liked. That was like a fun little like natural evolution to the same formula that they used when they created Fallout Shelter, but like, you know, a little bit more of like a headcanon-y kind of thing. Lots of potential for like story role playing there, but yeah, it feels like it definitely has been like long times between these like major titles release, you know, Fallout 4 to Fallout 5, and then Skyrim to what most likely is going to be Sentinel, right? I think that, well, I mean, not think, I know that the reason it feels like it's been so long is because we're mostly thinking around main game releases, and we're not taking into account, you know, these side game releases like the, you know, like the mobile game or the online games or like the TV series and stuff like that, which, to be fair, is valid, but I also think that it's a little bit unrealistic in the modern gaming era to not take into consideration other media properties that are utilized in order to sort of like add, maybe not add more, but like continue the relevancy of these, like, again, huge games that Bethesda makes. I remember one of the things that a lot of people were talking about and like really like hyping up and praising was, what was it? Was it All Roads or was it No Roads? That Fallout New Vegas comic that was like the before events, like right before Benny, like, you know, shoots you in the head and stuff. I remember hearing, and I still hear a lot of people who are like, oh my God, like a Fallout comic book series or like a little comic book run or something like that would like go so hard. That would be like so insanely cool. And it would be insanely cool. But you know what? It's not a mainline game. And that's what a lot of people are counting as like the major pillars. So when it's like, it's been like, you know, 15 years since Bethesda's put out like a new game or anything like that. Not saying anybody in this chat is saying that, but mostly that's one of two things. It's people not taking into account these other huge games that Bethesda is putting out at the same time at a pretty consistent rate, but it's also not taking into account all this, like all these spin-offs and side projects that play into the larger worlds of, you know, again, Elder Scrolls and Fallout. It's been a while since we've gotten a main staple game, but to say that we're getting like no content around it is a little bit untrue in my regards. Release of Project Helix is key. Yeah, I like it. Again, it is Bethesda does work for Xbox, so a lot of it is mostly like when Xbox wants to move on stuff. I have a question. What do you play on, console or PC? Not to interrupt, just answering. That's fair. I play on PC. I have played on consoles. Xbox specifically was like my big thing for like a number of years, but like to put it into context, the last Xbox game I played on console was Red Dead Redemption 2, and that was just because it wasn't available on Steam. You know. But yeah, I'm PC gamer primarily. I know there's going to be news for Pony Island 2, and that's for at Gamescom. Is that going to be at Gamescom, or is that like the next big thing, like at the Game Awards? That's what it is. Brain had to brain for a second. Breaking news: Bugthesda gives their fans nothing. Their fan base nothing but bugs, and everyone was happy. I mean, like, there's some people, like people who talk like, oh, it's been like so long since Bethesda released like something like that. It's one of those things where it almost seems like they're so desperate for new mainline content that they would honestly be happy with a Cyberpunk 2077 style release, which is so crazy to even like conceptualize based on how many people were just like, rightfully so, very, very upset at Bethesda's rollout of of Fallout 76. I remember seeing this one content creator that put it into, he framed it as like, oh, and Bethesda has like, ballooned their development from like, I think 400 to 500 developers, like for their entire studio, right? That's like roughly how many they have. Probably a lot less now because of the layoffs and stuff. But then you look at like some of the other larger games that have been put out over the years, and they have like several thousand developers. So it's like, it's a very complex dance, right? Game development, because like if you make your development team specifically too big, yeah, maybe you're going to be able to churn out games faster, but there's going to be a lot less maybe not personality, but like individual uniqueness to the games, right? It's a too many cooks kind of situation. You're going to be able to get stuff out faster, but that stuff isn't going to be of the same kind of quality as a smaller studio. Is 400 or 500 people like the sweet spot? Maybe if they were making like smaller games, but that's not really the kind of games that Bethesda makes. So it's like, it's all about like trying to figure out like where the balance is there. But to me, it's always seemed very odd that people want games to be out faster. Like, it's not unreasonable, but for the kinds of games that people want to be released faster, again, we're talking about like games with scale, like the kind of games that Bethesda puts out, or Cyberpunk, or The Witcher, or Grand Theft Auto. All of these games that encompass these huge in-game worlds, and it's like that stuff takes a long time to make. And it's like, oh, they could be doing like side projects and stuff like that while they work on these giant games just to like give us something. And it's like they do. Bethesda especially, they do this. But like there's so many people, and it's not like the main like focus or like the majority of the community. It's just enough people in the community whispering in your ear that this shit is bullshit and it's taking a long time, when in actuality, like, there's so many like awesome games and like side projects and side content and stuff like that constantly coming out for so many games that it's like we live in an age of such abundance of gaming that like if a game has to take, damn near a decade from like start to finish to release and be like a fucking like generational title, hey man, I'd prefer that than it being like fucking boring broken garbage, which unfortunately they kind of reached a little bit when it came to Starfield. Not so much broken, but just kind of like, middling a little bit. I still like Starfield very, very, very much, but I don't know. Some I just can't wrap my head around some arguments because they seem to be wanting both at the same time. Like wow, I missed one. Like how Obsidian was working on Avowed 2, the game no one asked for. See, that's another thing. The like, you know, the game, like games nobody asked for. Like I see a lot of people saying that about like Starfield, and also like a bunch of what was the last one that I remember seeing that for? It was for something else. I can't remember what it was specifically, but like I've always sort of had a problem with people who are like, the people who are like, who is this game for? Right? Who asked for this game? It's like, well, nobody asked for the game, right? The developers are making games that they want to make and they think is like cool and interesting. Okay, cool. Like Pentiment was one of those games, right? Obsidian. Nobody asked for Pentiment. And I would argue that the kind of game that Pentiment was is probably like the least asked for game. Like, think about conceptually, right? Pentiment is like an 18th century Lithuanian like fabric fucking like art piece come to life, and it's telling a story of like, what was it? It was like a story of like, I'm gonna be honest, I've never played Pentiment, but from what I'm remembering of like stuff about the game, it was about like community, and like there was a lot of like religious undertones in like how the community interacted with this stuff, and it was like a bit of like a mystery and whatnot, and it was a very like niche, very, very niche kind of game, from the art style to the story it was trying to tell, to a lot of its narrative messaging. And it's like, fucking who is this game made for? And it's like, fucking probably nobody. But there's gonna be a lot of people who are gonna see it and are gonna be like, oh my god, this shit's fucking gas as hell. This is great. I wasn't expecting this to be something that I would enjoy, but like, hot damn. And like, you know, some of that stuff just doesn't fly. Some of it flops real hard. Like, what was that game that came out like very, very recently? That like had like, I've been seeing people talking about like, oh, like Concord 2, right? Where it was like, it came out, like everybody had a negative reaction to it, and like it shut down like almost overnight. What was that? What was that game? It's a very well, it's not a situation like that, but it's exactly that. Developers and creators will create new games. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, and a lot of them sort of fall in between. Where is it? I'd never say that they keyword. I would never say they haven't brought us gamers nothing. I'm saying it for us who don't care about online. And like, so that like that's another thing. The online stuff, right? Specifically Fallout 76 and Elder Scrolls Online. There we go. Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76. The onlineification of single player games is definitely meant to create a consistent medium in which new content can be added and rolled out. Basically, you know, a more passive way for the developers to sort of make it seem like, oh, there's always something new coming out for, you know, this long-standing game franchise, like, you know, again, Elder Scrolls and Fallout. But it's not like we're constantly having to make a new game. We're just constantly having to make, like, you know, new stories and new content for these online experiences. And a big part of that is, again, twofold. One, as I said, to create the illusion that, you know, there's constantly new content coming out for the franchise, even though it's not new content. It's just like, you know, new stories and stuff in these specific game, you know, in these specific live service games. But then the other side of it is, you know, obviously money, right? They gotta make their money somewhere, and the whole live service model is just a way to do it. It's not the greatest, as I've talked about a lot, I'm not a big fan of Fallout 76, specifically because a lot of the onlineification elements of the Fallout series. But I can't say it's not, fun. It's not something that like I enjoy engaging with. It's just not like my pinnacle gaming experience, right? But it's kind of fun. I like getting in and goofing around and fucking new boot goofing with new builds and fucking getting into all kinds of, I got other games I enjoy more, but it's like, this isn't a horrible gaming experience. It's not bad. I feel like I got my money's worth out of it, especially since it's a game I'm still playing. Fucking, what is it? Damn near a decade after the game came out. This game is almost a fucking decade. That's crazy. I like just properly clocked that. That's insane.
It's too wet to be outside.
Grindy. Yeah. Again, I'm not. I definitely don't argue against that. The whole the onlineification of single player games isn't really something I'm too fucking, I'm not exactly like super happy with that. But like, it's an okay game. It's enjoyable enough. It's not, it's not as enjoyable as like Friends. I want to see like a fucking Fallout Friend Slop game. That's what I want to see. Toshi went from Starfield is my favorite Bethesda game to meh, it's mid. Did I say Starfield is my favorite Bethesda game? I enjoyed it. It's definitely not my favorite. My favorite is still probably Fallout 4. Like, unquestionably. Starfield is fun. It's just not, It's I like a lot of the stuff they did creatively, like the designs, the design approach. I kind of like the whole concept of like, it's space, like it's humans traveling through space, but it's not like, the far future. It's like, maybe like, was it like 50, 80 years after we first discover like faster than light travel? Something like that. So it's still like, we're very like, in a very sort of still like settler sort of mindset where we're still getting our boots planted and getting a lot of things figured out. I think that's an interesting setting. It just doesn't create the most, fantastical stories, or at least, compared to a lot of the like high fantasy, high sci-fi stuff that we're used to seeing. It's a very sort of like you either love it or hate it kind of game. And I'm not in the like love it, but like I get my kicks out of it. Nobody asked for New Vegas if you want to play Devil's Advocate. Yeah, like nobody asks for games, right? Like nobody asks for specific kinds of games. Like, there's definitely people who ask for a specific kind of games, but like nobody's asking for specific titles. Nobody's asking for specific gaming concepts. That is like something the developer is going to create. Developers don't create games based on what the public wants to see. They create games based on what the public is buying and what they actually want to create, right? That's kind of why, at least so far, as far as I've seen anyway, Bethesda hasn't created like a game that has, again, that like live service model to it. That's not what they're about. That's not what they're interested in. The same people that protest AI taking over digital arts are now celebrating Microsoft, which they hate, how they took away creative freedom from game studios, so they can make popular crap exclusive. Yeah, that's another that's specifically something that I've talked about before. How it's like, it's like, to an extent fair and valid that Xbox is going to be like, okay, hey, we need our studios to actively be focusing on the stuff that is like, the things that people are demanding, like the high selling titles, again, Fallout, Elder Scrolls, Gears of War, Halo, stuff like that. Maybe Halo isn't. I know that Bungie is Bungie owned by PlayStation, or am I thinking something? I know, because Halo is now like a different studio now. But like, again, the point is they want studios to focus on like their big sellers. They're not just trying to like, okay, yeah, do whatever and make whatever, and we'll just put it on Game Pass and get everybody on there. The mood has shifted, the tone has shifted, And they're all like, okay, we're just going to focus on getting you guys to push out your big, your big projects and stuff like that. And it's like, that's nice because objectively, like these bigger projects are mostly what people want to buy more of. That's not to say that they don't want to buy like, new IPs or smaller games or like, unique creative things like that. But objectively, the more popular stuff sells better. That's just how economic math works. But at the same time, you have the sacrifice of a lot of developer freedom and agency when it comes to the kinds of games that they want to create, like Obsidian, for example. I'm pretty sure that Obsidian would much rather focus on making, the games that they want to make. Outer Worlds, fucking, I think they had to drop Avowed 2. There was some kind of other RPG that they had to like shelf temporarily. Even Bethesda was working on like some kind of more first-person shooter focused game that they had to shelf because they need to focus on getting like Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 out. And it's like, yeah, people want more of these other games, but they're not going to know if they want more of these newer games that are these newer ideas that developers are creating unless they actually create them, right? We don't want to be in an ecosystem where there's only like 5 to 7 games that release like every 2 to 3 years in like a consistent cycle, and those are the only things everybody buys, right? That's going to be a whole fucking like it's going to be the alt version of like ball and gun games, right? Oh, Fallout fucking 2033, Fallout 2034, Fallout 2035, Fallout 2036. That shit. We don't want that shit. That's just, as much as I like and enjoy Assassin's Creed games, the fact that they stopped doing like the year-to-year release stuff was the best thing that they've ever done. It was the best thing that they ever could have done, especially after Unity. I'm gonna enjoy my Metro 2039. Yeah, exactly. And like again, that's the point. We want as a collective developers to focus on creating the kinds of games that they want to make, the kinds of games that they feel passionate about. And it's like, to the extent that like, oh, nobody asked for this. Maybe not. Maybe nobody asked for like these brand new games. But if it's like good enough, if the quality of the game is good enough and the intrigue of the story or the gameplay loop or whatever is interesting enough, there's eventually going to be some community that's going to form that's going to ask like, hey, we want more of this, Oh, I see where you said grindy there. In my opinion, and I could be alone on this, but both Fallout 76 and Elder Scrolls Online feel grindy. Yeah, and like that's kind of the point, right? That's what I was saying. It's the onlineification of single player games. It's not the greatest thing in the world. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it does feel like a step backwards, especially when the mainline games are a lot more like RPG heavy to an extent. I am never going to. I will constantly capitulate to the talking point that Fallout 4 is not an actual RPG because I just don't like. My bias is showing. I just don't like the RPG system in Fallout 4. That's me though. I asked you if you can play one Bethesda game for the rest of your life. Which one? You said Starfield. It's on video. Did I? How long ago was that? It was probably one Bethesda game for the rest of your life. I can't imagine that I didn't say Fallout 4 on that one. Like I could see Starfield. Really? I feel very confident that if I was asked that question, I would have said Fallout 4. Like maybe I made like an argument like I could see Starfield being that, but probably Fallout 4. That I'd have to see the receipts on that. I don't doubt that it's a possibility that I said that, but I'm pretty good at remembering my defaults, and I feel like to that question specifically, I definitely would have been like, oh no, it's gonna be Fallout 4, 100%. I was just saying about Avowed 2. Is if I keep hearing a lot of people didn't like Avowed 1, Why make another one? So there's kind of two things to that specifically. One, I guess it might actually be like one thing primarily. Bad, especially on the internet, bad news and negativity just travels a lot faster and a lot more frequently than good news. So you're more likely than not going to just naturally run into more people saying, hey, this game sucked because of da-da-da or because of da-da-da, regardless of whether or not they played the game. Because they either, you know, genuinely like play the game and didn't like it and are being critical of it for, you know, one level of valid reason or another, or they're just like, you know, on one side or another, like a form of culture war grifter, and they don't really care about the subjective quality of the game. They just care about, you know, hating a game or a studio for some arbitrary reason. But especially for new IP games like Avowed or like Starfield, there is regardless going to be some kind of community that forms around it. I've played Avowed 2 a very, very little bit. I can't say I'm exactly, you know, in love with it, especially with some of the stuff that I know about, like how it was originally designed to be. Like, I think it was designed to be like a co-op or an online game experience that was scaled back, or I guess maybe scaled up in this case, into a single player experience. And like, that's where a lot of the like jank and stuff like that came from. But there's just a harder barrier to entry for newer titles. But regardless of what anybody online says, and like what any article says, and what any you know, critical ratings and scores and stuff are going to say, there is going to be a demand for more, because there is going to be a community to rally around it and be all like, hey, this is like the shit. To put it into to put that into perspective, Fallout 3 has and you know, this is a subjective data point, but Fallout 3 has a much higher, I think it was Metacritic, has a much higher Metacritic score than Fallout New Vegas. And yet, from the Fallout 3 era of Bethesda's Fallout games, Fallout New Vegas is objectively looked to as like the superior version in every way. You have people glazing the story, glazing the gameplay, glazing the mechanics. And I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying that it's hyped to shit because a big enough audience formed around New Vegas to balloon it in popularity, despite the fact that the aggregate review or the aggregate approval, you know, again, a very specific data point, one specific aggregated data point of approval has Fallout 3 much higher than Fallout New Vegas. And yet New Vegas is considered the more popular version because of word of mouth and community approval and stuff like that. And again, they're not exactly wrong, but numbers and popular opinion can be made to shape and say literally anything. So not objectively, subjectively, you're never going to have a new game that's going to like do insanely well, unless it's like, you know, because indie games get a lot more leeway with this, right? Fucking everybody thought Expedition 33 was like one of the greatest games of like the past like decade and a half, and I mean everybody, even the fucking like, what is it? Even the fucking you know, the real Game Awards people, like the people who voted in that specifically, even they were all like, yeah, this shit's like, this is the shit. This is objectively the shit. They loved it. And then, you know, again, other like smaller indie games, Cult of the Lamb, Retro Rewind, Schedule One, all of these smaller games, smaller indie games that, again, most likely nobody was asking for. They just come out and they're very well made. They have a lot of love and care behind it because there was a lot of creative ambition around them. Fucking the entirety of the Aggro Crab catalog, you know, Peak, fucking Another Crab's Treasure. What's the other one that they made? There's Peak, Another Crab's Treasure. There was a third one. Maybe I'm thinking of another studio. Point is, these like smaller titles, again, smaller titles can get away with it, or indie games can get away with it a lot easier than like large developers, right? Like Skull and Bones is a perfect example. Ubisoft absolutely nailed the whole pirate video game aesthetic with Black Flag. They could not replicate that with Skull and Bones. Like, absolutely could not. Even though it was literally the exact same thing that they had originally worked on, there wasn't really a fandom behind it. So the biggest thing that you hear is like people being critical of the game. There is a fandom for it, don't get me wrong, but collectively, most people see that game as mostly a not good quality gaming experience. And it's the same for Starfield. Starfield has so much detractors, but there's still, regardless of that, an active fan base around the game. It's just smaller because it's a new IP, and again, most of what you'll see is people dunking on the game. So even your chat has no clue what creative freedom is. They just regurgitate. Wow, they just regurgitate. Wow, God, they just regurgitate Smash JT lines. No one asked for this. I don't think that's true. I think that mostly when it comes to, because I've talked about this before, there is a lot of stuff that I really disagree with when it comes to like the, those people who are a lot more like hyper critical of like large developers, right? Bethesda, Ubisoft, EA, on and on and on. A decent amount of them are ridiculous and focus on like the culture war stuff that literally nobody fucking cares about. But they do occasionally have a small caveat or like a small kernel of truth where there is a lot of like writing stuff specifically that is not done very well. There is a lot of stuff that is maybe unintentionally, but very directly intending to either send out a specific message or to use a little bit of jargon here that they like to use, to virtue signal to like a specific group of people. And that's not inherently a bad thing, but where I think it becomes a negative is when the writing style feels like it's too preachy, right? Like one of the things that people like that constantly point to was that, what was it called? It was like pulling a Tav or pulling like a Dave or some shit. That scene in fucking Dragon Age: The Veilguard, where like the whole point is one of the companion character, Tosh, they work for a mercenary outfit. And they're in a transitional phase in their life where they're no longer identifying as like a feminine presenting personality, and they're more so leaning into like a gender fluid kind of personality, right? Or identification. Nothing really changes about how they present themselves, just how they identify themselves, right? And the scene in question has one of the mercs accidentally referring to Tosh as she instead of they. And so she performs this ritual, and where she does like 1 or 2 push-ups or some shit like that. And the narrative messaging of that scene is, hey, actions speak louder than words. And in our company, whenever we do wrong by somebody else, we, instead of just saying you're sorry, because you can say sorry until the cows come home, we perform some sort of physical activity that shows we are in some way remorseful. Is, if you want a real life correlation, you could think of like, bowing in a lot of like Asian and Middle Eastern cultures. It's seen as respectful and is seen as a form of like sincere repentance and stuff like that. But because it was all wrapped around the culture war concept of gender identity and gender ideology and like they thems and the trans and stuff like that, because it was wrapped around there, 2 things happened. One, the scene itself, and I'm speaking more from like a writing and storytelling perspective, that scene itself felt very, very like Saturday morning like infomercial, like don't do drugs kids kind of like setup, right? It felt very staged and very performative in a sense. I don't think the scene itself was horrible or like egregious, but it did feel a bit unnatural for the point that everything was getting at, especially with like one character who was like, well, wouldn't you just say that you're sorry? Why doesn't that? It felt very like, you know, you're pressing the point there. So I get it on that side. But then at the same time, the whole like, oh my God, it's being shoved down our throats and stuff like that. It's like, not really. It was just a poorly written scene. Like, was it virtue signaling a little bit? Yeah, like maybe, but it's like, oh, it ruined the whole gaming experience. It just shows that the whole studio is like woke and like fucking blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, well now you're just being, you're out virtue signaling them at that point. There is a kernel of like genuine, like a valid point that they bring up. It's like every once in a while, it's just like drowned out in this fucking culture war stupidity and bigotry that's just so infuriating because it oversteps the actual point and instead focuses on a lot of like the actual or in focuses on the culture war stuff that just gets clicks and views and stuff. It's so dumb. I played it on Game Pass. You're talking about Avowed? Yeah. Like I said, it wasn't horrible. It was okay. Again, it's a new IP, so you know there's always a little bit of like strangeness with that. But I liked the art direction. I liked where some of it was going. Oh God, sorry, excuse me. New content sort of has to be like weird at the beginning because it's still sort of like finding itself out, right? If we didn't have these sort of like new games that were kind of like a little weird and like didn't really make like a lot of sense and seemed like very, very niche, it's because you have to start from that niche perspective in order to like find a core audience and then grow from there, right? Both Elder Scrolls and literally any game came out in a very sort of like strange niche sort of pocket. Like you think the very first Grand Theft Auto game, right? That was like a cops and robbers game where you were playing the robbers, which for the time period that it came out in was very, very niche and probably, if I'm remembering correctly, actually like kind of controversial at the time. But now look at where they are fucking like, you know, 30 years later, literally the biggest video game franchise of all times, like objectively. And like, that's crazy. Every weird game is the potential for an amazing franchise. Let's see, where was it? I was arguing with a YouTube gaming content creator, but fucking like just right there, bad idea. The fucking YouTube gaming content creators are dumb as hell, and I know I am one. Okay, yeah. I was arguing with a YouTube gaming creator about creative freedom in digital art. They compared Bethesda making games to McDonald's burgers and continued to defend this analogy. I just gave up. They compared Bethesda making games to McDonald's burgers and continued to defend that analogy. I don't think I really understand that analogy. They compared it to making McDonald's burgers? Or are they talking about like it's like very assembly line sort of thing? Like it's very like, you know, staple print, like that kind of stuff? There's no like originality and there's no like flavor. It's just getting like the bare bones stuff out. I like New Vegas more because I could use 2 perks no matter if I was male or female, the opposite sex. Oh yeah. The based reason for being a New Vegas fan is because I could be bisexual and do 10% more damage to everyone in the entire game. Now we're talking. See, that's the kind of fucking gatekeeping that I want to see. I don't want none of this fucking like, oh my God, New Vegas was like the best game ever. Everything else was like ass, you know, blah, 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 blah. It's because I could be a fucking like murder hobo and shit like that. Nah, I could be bisexual and hurt everybody else more in New Vegas. I want to create, I want to be the toxic Yowie or the toxic Yuri in this relationship. Like, what the fuck? That is the kind of person I want to be in this game.
Buy? No, man. Love, man. Yeah, exactly.
It's all love, baby. It's all love, and it's all pain. As in the customer had constantly had consistency. As in the customer, had consistent expectations, and the customer didn't expect Starfield; it expected Fallout 5, and like that. Come here, Fisto. Yeah, now we're talking. But like, yeah, like that's. I don't know. I think people, just like in general, right? Like writ large across the media industry, right? Movies, TV shows, video games, this, that, and the other thing. There is a very unhealthy relationship or a very unhealthy concept around or between, well, actually, yeah. I mean, it is, I'm a man who loves men. I don't think TikTok, like the other word on here. Oh yeah. Yeah. I get where you're coming at. But yeah. I mean, I get that too. Like that more so speaks to like the role playing aspect of it, right? There's a lot more role playing freedom in being able to like design your character that way. Which more so speaks to the subjective player quality or player experience of the game, which I kind of talked about this before and it's kind of been talked about already, is what I would argue is like the entire reason they made like all the companions in Fallout 4 like bisexual or pansexual, I guess you could probably say, to allow for the player to role play those sorts of, you know, dynamics, right? Like the headcanon, like, oh, in my game Preston Garvey is gay or he's bi, and like we're like boyfriend and boyfriend and stuff like that, or like, oh, you know, me and Kate are in a doomed toxic lesbian relationship and shit like that, or like, you know, we're in like she's like my abusive girlfriend that like secretly loves me and shit like that, you know. Maybe not like stuff like that specific, but like, you know, that sort of headcanoning to where like I have the freedom to create the kind of gaming experience that I want for my time playing this game. That's a good sign of a good RPG. That is a strong RPG sign. And they took both perks out in Fallout 4 and made it a single perk again. Well, like again, I feel as if like decoupling that from a perk specifically makes a lot of sense. You know, I don't feel as if, because like if you're playing a character and you're like, oh, my character's like, you know, bi or whatever, you shouldn't have to wait till like what, level 2, level 4, whenever that unlocks to be able to play that. You should literally just be able to play it. Like that should just be as your character, like, you know, having the option, like, you know, I don't think it should be like a setting, you know, like something that you can like in like character creation, like an orientation setting in like character creation. I think that'd be a little strange, but you know, just having the option of doing that as a role playing thing makes a lot of sense, right? I can't remember. I want to say it was Veilguard again, but like I remember some dialogue system that somebody was playing, and it was like you had the option to romance a male companion as a male. And they're all like, oh my God, why would they put this in the game? This is absolutely ridiculous. You know, virtue signaling, fucking woke, blah, 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 blah. It's like, if you don't want to play a character that kisses boys, don't click the button where your character kisses boys. It's not that difficult. And I couldn't love Nikki. That was the biggest crime of Fallout 4. I will never forgive Todd Howard for that. Making Nick Valentine objectively the most interesting companion, and you can't romance him. That's so fucked up and rude. Okay, so yeah, on the like Burger King analogy, or McDonald's analogy, as in the customer had consistent expectations, and the customer didn't expect Starfield, it expected Fallout 5. Todd said that they are not a vending machine with 2 buttons, Fallout and Elder Scrolls. We make games we want. Of course, everyone ignored it. Yeah, and like, again, there is a genuine, you know, this IP is incredibly popular. We want more of that IP, right? 100% valid. Couldn't agree with that more. I want more Fallout constantly. And if they make that, if they make more Fallout, that's cool. But if it's like they're going to take some time separate from that so that they can also focus on, you know, the other large successful titles that they have to make, like Elder Scrolls. Like, I'd be lying if I said, oh, I am more interested in playing Elder Scrolls 6 than I am playing Fallout 5. I would be 100% lying if I said that. I'm 100% interested in playing Elder Scrolls 6, and I'm probably going to have a whole lot of fun with it because I had a whole lot of fun with Skyrim. But if I were to say, like, if Todd Howard called me up right now and was all like, follower Toshi, we just wanted to double check with you. We wanted to see if we got Fallout 5 and we got Elder Scrolls 6, and they're both ready right now. They're both 100% playable right now, achievements and everything. Which we're trying to figure out which one we want to drop first. Which one would you rather drop first? I'm gonna say Fallout 5 100% of the time. 100% of the time. But I also currently have the wherewithal in reality to understand that Fallout is not their only game franchise, right? They have other game franchises that they put out that are equally, if not bigger. Like there's sort of like a little bit of a debate of whether or not Elder Scrolls is a bigger title than Fallout and vice versa. But again, they are putting out huge titles and they take a long time for the quality of game that they want to put out. We can compare and contrast that to Rockstar, which I don't usually like doing because Rockstar is just unfair in general. They have literally all of the money because all they have to do is make a game every like 30 years and then just fucking make $1 billion. But like, if we're applying the same concept to Rockstar, they haven't put out a new Grand Theft Auto game in like fucking, what was it? Like damn near 20 years. Let's see. GTA 5. When did it come out? When did that come out originally? Fucking, I'm looking it up, chat. Don't lie to me right now. Fucking even longer. I mean, it's not 20 years, but the initial release of Grand Theft Auto 5 was 2013, and it's currently 2026. And is it fall 2026 or 2027? I forget when the. Let me actually see. 6. Okay, so November 2026. So, like 2 months. Yeah, but like, yeah. So 13 years it took them to put out a new game. And it probably took, they were most likely in pre-production for GTA 6 for, you know, we'll be generous and say like maybe like 3 years before the release of GTA 5. So in total, probably around, like genuinely around like 15 to 20 years development cycle for these games. And that's on top of also releasing Red Dead 1, Red Dead 2, and I think Bully. I think Bully was also in that production cycle as well. But that's 2 games, arguably 2 of the largest, most detailed, most expensive games in fucking video games, period. But still, decade plus for these huge, massive games. And Bethesda is doing that X3 on top of also being a publisher for all of these other games. And again, it's not just about Bethesda, but it's more so about people want these huge, giant, ultra realistic, massively expansive, hyper detailed games, and they want them like every single year or like every 2-3 years. One of the things that I saw like constantly on that shorts video where I'm talking about like, oh, fucking everybody's gonna ruin the next Fallout experience because, you know, everybody wants stuff like right now. A lot of comments I saw were like, oh, we don't want that. We don't want like, you know, a new Fallout game like every single year, but having like a decent, consistent, like 2-3 year turnaround between like major titles would be nice. Like, yeah, that would be nice. But you know what? We're not going to have, separate from that. We're not going to have any Elder Scrolls games. We're not gonna. I mean, there'd probably be not a whole lot of like love lost with with Starfield, but it's like we're not gonna have any Elder Scrolls games. We're not gonna have any more Starfield games. They're probably not going to be updating, Fallout 76 or Elder Scrolls Online as much. There's not going to be any like, other publishing projects they work on, like Indiana Jones, Redfall. I mean, I'm starting to get into like some of the older ones here, but like, there's not going to be those third-party publishing things. Like maybe every once in a while, they would do like some small collaboration like they're doing with Obsidian to get another like a spin-off game out. Maybe, but even then it's most likely not because, studios want to hold and keep and maintain creative control of their projects. So it's like if we want more games faster, we either have to accept the, Call of Duty, fucking Madden, NFL, fucking ball and gun game of like every year. It's the exact same game, copy and printed over and over with slight variations because we can't do that for Fallout, right? We can't just, we can make new games out of the old assets and stuff. But because Fallout is a very like locational focused series, it's going to have to take place in a new like part of the US every single year. And that's either going to be like, we're either going to end up with like, Fallout fucking, I was going to say Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn's actually got, I'm trying to think of like, a smaller, like tiny, like, fucking like, oh God, I can't even think of it. There's like set in like really like tiny, innocuous, like boring parts of the United States where they just kind of have to like make up some random bullshit because like, again, opposed to like, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, fucking NFL, Madden, all of these like ball and gun games. Contrary to those, the story is a huge part of these games. So they kind of also have to be consistently writing a new story every single year. And it's going to be a situation where that's going to go on for like a couple years and then it's going to burn out really hard like it did with the Assassin's Creed series, or you just kind of got to get used to the, development cycle of one studio handling these 3 giant games because that's what Rockstar does. They only put out like 2 games every like century or like, every like couple decades. It's not a very fast turnaround, but the games that they do put out are ginormously successful. Like people like to downplay like Fallout 4 and stuff like that, but like to date, Fallout 4 is like one of, if not their most successful main game title. Like, period. Making Starfield is how you get Fallouts. No one asked for Fallout 3. Bethesda was one game from complete bankruptcy and they released Fallout 3. Yeah. And it's this like, it was like I was talking about before. Nobody asked for like specific games. The studios make these games and then they kind of determine if they're successful or not. If they are, they make more. And people play them more. And people enjoy them more. And people want more. That's how consumption works. I'd rather good story than graphics, which is another thing. Everybody is saying that as well. Everybody wants good story over like, hyper-realistic graphics. And more so, that's become like the staple, right? That's what people want. Nobody, like, which is confounding because not really studios, more so like technology companies are, incentivizing a lot more for developers to focus on like, like hyper realistic graphics and like, insanely like 4K fucking resolution, like lighting and weathering system. And it's like, that stuff is nice, but like we want better stories and better RPG functions. We don't care as much about graphics, right? That's kind of one of the reasons like Bethesda's games, oh my God. That's kind of one of the reasons Bethesda's games continue to be so successful. Everybody's like, oh my God, they're using creation, the same creation engine that they made with Morrowind with. Like, oh my God, why won't they just fucking upgrade to Unreal or like Unity, which like we're also going to constantly shit on because we just say it's like fucking, like copy and paste slop and stuff like that. And it's like, well, probably because they want to focus on making a game engine that's good and, acceptable for like the modern general times, and then they want to focus on like the RPG and the story and stuff like that, you know, the things you guys want, the things that you guys are saying that you want, that's how that works. That's gotta be the focus. We can't focus on hyper realistic graphics. They don't improve the quality of games. That's why everybody's all fucking like pissed off about like AI. And I mean, you know, not the reason everybody's pissed off about AI, but it's like, you know, we don't want our games to like look like this. There's no added value for the fucking hyper realistic plastic fucking melted face look that these AI fucking models make the games look, right? If it's something where it's like the AI is, you know, supporting the fluidness or like helping with like specific like lighting things, making the technology and the design process like lighter, right? Or more consistent, that's one thing. But if you're relying on AI to make shit look hyper realistic just because you think everybody wants hyper realistic games, you're going to end up with a dog shit product because you're not focusing on the things that players actually want, which again is good story and good gameplay. I'm gonna try to not say like good RPG mechanics as much because like, you know, good RPG mechanics, yeah, sure, but it's a gameplay thing. RPG mechanics. Intech Mouse on Twitch. Thank you for the subscribey. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Resubscribe Prime 5 months. 5 months. Let's go. Big thank. I'm shooting this man. He is dead in Minecraft. I gotta specify that. Amazon, don't explode me. But yeah, too many people focus on making shit shiny and pretty and don't focus as much on like the interactability of the game, being able to interact with the world and the story. They just want like, oh, the game's going to sell because everybody thinks it looks good, which is so fucking like vapid and just like so quick to die out. Let's see. Because fluff graphics looks nice till you find out it's full of air. Yeah, exactly what I was talking about. You nailed it. Absolutely, 100%. 100%. Deathbringer, 100%. WWW. I want more graphical fidelity and good writing in games. They are not mutually exclusive. They are different departments that don't compromise as much as you think. Yes, but again, not comparatively. When we're talking, because we're getting like a little bit, there's two sides of that. There's larger studios that can kind of do both, and then you have smaller, more condensed studios like, you know, independent studios like the one that made Expedition 33 or like Bethesda. Again, you know, 400 or 500 people, small studio, sure. But then like, again, the size of the games that they make and the subjective quality, I suppose, and some people apparently have a fucking issue with saying just quality in general, and then they think like, oh my god, you're just fucking glazing this game because you're a fucking sellout and shit. But like, you know, the subjective quality of a game that stuff can only be spread out so much between you know, a certain amount of people, right? So when you have a studio that's like, you know, 300, 400, 500 people, sure, you're still going to have like a department that's going to focus mostly like specifically on the graphics or specifically like on the lighting or the and then like, you know, story, RPG, you know, mechanics, stuff like that. Sure, they're going to be different departments, but having a game that has a smaller, it's still a set number of people, right? So if you're able to have less people in one department, like graphical fidelity or graphics in general, because you're not focusing as much on making like, you know, a 4K ultra HD hyper realistic fucking bump map to hell and back looking world, that department's going to be smaller, and you can then instead shift those people to, you know, asset creation and design or writing or RPG mechanics. You have a set number, and sure, there's going to be people who have a specific skill set compared to one side of the development process or another, sure, you're going to have that. But if you have more generalized people who have those skill sets and, assist the people who are primarily like, graphics or story, if you have those more general people that you can take from one department, aka graphics and fidelity, and put them into storytelling or, RPG mechanics and gameplay mechanics and stuff like that, you just get a better quality output with those. So yes, the graphical development of a game is different from, or like is a different department than writing and RPG and stuff like that. Yeah, 100%. But when you have a condensed team that is more like, because everybody wears different hats, right? Everybody has to wear multiple hats all over the place constantly. Being able to divert the resources and attention from one part of the development team that isn't as important. Again, graphics are still important, but comparatively, we want better stories and better gameplay more. So being able to take more of those generalized people from that department and put them into writing and whatnot, objectively, in my opinion anyway, is going to result in the better game. There's like little games that we can do and stuff like that, but I thought that there was like a mission in here. Maybe it's not. Maybe I just came in here just to like fuck around at the fun time fair. Is this the kissing booth? Come here. All right. Now I'm running the kissing booth. Step up. Get a kiss. Not for my gun. I just like having it on me because it makes me feel like a big man. Let's see. Example, Baldur's Gate 3, beautiful and interesting. Yeah, and like that is a good example. But again, the graphics in that game aren't insanely detailed, right? They're decent. They're good. I would argue they're like, a slight step up from Fallout 76, or even like Starfield. I'm going to say Starfield, actually. A slight step up from Starfield. But again, the points where you like really notice the graphics specifically, like the fidelity or the detail, are only in very specific, in like cutscenes or dialogue rather, right? You see like the world design and stuff, and that's one thing. But the level of detail in like the graphics, you don't see that. At least not to the same degree that you see in, again, a lot of like first person focused games, or even like third person, like The Witcher and whatnot. It's very, like, again, I don't want to generalize. Every game genre has a different approach and a different focus to how they design games. Even like not just the genre, but the way that they choose to engage with those genres, right? They all have different focuses. And it's just about where you divert your attention and where you put your focus and where you put your resources. My argument is that too many people are focusing too heavily on graphics and not enough on storytelling or gameplay mechanics and stuff like that. This is why I followed you for different points of view. Yeah, exactly. Like, fucking, that's one of the things that I really, really, really fucking hate about a lot of content creators who either like do streaming or do like specific kinds of like video creations and stuff like that. Again, some of you, especially if you're in the Fallout community, probably have an idea of who I might be thinking of, but I hate all of these people who are just like saying shit to either confirm their own biases or just to like virtue signal to like a specific group of people, right? Like the Bethesda haters, the anti-woke community, the fucking just anti-video game people in general. I hate these kinds of people. They're so fucking stupid. I can't think of dumber people on the internet than these people who make content or like engage with the communities in order to validate their own feelings and their own like thoughts and opinions, and the people who do it just to like, again, virtue signal to a specific group of people because, that's how they build an audience or that's how they get money, this, that, and the other thing. I hate those kinds of people. They're so fucking unserious, disingenuous, and just like literal clown shows. I can't. They honestly fucking make my heart hurt. Like legitimately. Like I don't fucking like have the, I get so fucking pressed about this shit in like my own time, and I try to summon like the energy to like actually express that on stream sometimes, but I honestly just can't bring myself to do it. because I can't view some of these people as anything less than just performative goofballs. Did we break Toshi? I've been broken for a long time, my guy. I'm just good at holding it together. Like how having super nice realistic hair is nice for like a minute, but good gameplay lasts a lifetime. Yeah, like that's another thing. Like Baldur's Gate 3, again, to not to fucking harp on that. Their character creation is very, very limited, and I don't like their hair stuff at all, right? It's not the greatest thing. But again, it doesn't have to be, because that's not you know, you come in for like character creation stuff, right? And that's fun. You know, that's why they have like modding, so that you can like get like really crazy with the character creation and stuff. That's cool. The ability to mod is also just insanely powerful. But again, the primary thing that they focused on was the story that they were telling, the kinds of quests that they were designing, and the RPG experience. The tightness of how they design characters, how you can design characters, all that. That was their primary focus. On top of that, like the tertiary point was the tertiary focus was graphics. If you guys want proof of that, go look up I think it was 2021, 2020, something like that. Somewhere around that. Go look up like the early versions of what Baldur's Gate 3 looked like in alpha. It is crazy how visually different it looks. It is actually nuts. I haven't like super looked into like how the game played back then, so maybe like gameplay wise or like, you know, stat wise and stuff like that, maybe it also wasn't as great or as tight, but like graphically it looks insanely different. Stream's buffering. Okay, it's back. Okay, good. Let's fucking play Tolstoy with stick figures, yeah. And you don't seem to go on. No, you're all wrong. But you'll be like, I see where you're coming from. But yeah, and like that's another thing. Fucking like this is also something else I've talked about. I see, like I literally was just talking about like, you know, fucking 40 minutes ago, because I go into these fucking like 4-hour long rants. I can see a kernel of like solid I can see a kernel of valid arguments in a lot of like anti-woke stuff, but it just gets bogged down in all the fucking like ridiculousness of like, oh, I'm fucking pissed off about trans people. Oh, historical accuracy, blah, blah, blah. Nobody fucking cares about that shit. This is video games. Fucking the guns in Fallout 4 don't operate the way that they actually do. Why? Because nobody fucking gives a shit. It's not fun. Oh my god, this gun is hyper realistic to how it would work in the real life. Oh, is that a deal breaker for you? Is because the fucking pipe pistol wouldn't actually fire in real life if you designed it in real life? Oh, now you can't enjoy the game? Fuck off. Get out of here. Fucking soft, weak beta fucking shit. So much like unrealistic focus on the stuff that doesn't at all fucking matter in gaming. I'm so happy PlayStation allows external mods now. It's so much fun. I have been having people talking about how with Fallout specifically, how they've fucking finally, PlayStation has finally gotten around to making mods more accessible for Fallout 4, which is something that I've also like ragged on them for years about. The reason that mods are not as big on console, or for Fallout 4 were not as big on console, was 100% because of Sony. In fact, the reason that we don't have cross-platform with Fallout 76 is because of Sony, is because of PlayStation. PlayStation has just been like so anti-gamer for like the longest time. It's insane. Cheat mods and holotapes, give me any gun you want. Yeah, the cheat holotape mod. That was also one of my like staples when I was on console, and still is on PC. I mean, it's been a while since we played Fallout 4, but like I have it, and it's just like it's, you know, you can do console commands on PC and stuff like that, which is fine, but like it's just a lot more convenient to have like that little fucking holotape that you can just whip out and just fucking like go crazy with. Just like, I want all of the bombs. Give me the ability to launch 12 fucking mini nukes at the same time. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Bethesda is slop, woke, trash company until they make Brotherhood of Steel 2. Yeah. Give us Brotherhood of Steel 2, you rat fuck bastards. Oh, I just thought of that. What if Obsidian is making fucking Elder Scrolls, or not Elder Scrolls, fucking whoa, I can. Oh, right, I'm encumbered. What if Obsidian? What if the Fallout game that they're making is going to be a top-down game, like maybe not Brotherhood of Steel 2, but like a sort of game like that. I feel like, can you imagine if Larian made Brotherhood of Steel 2? That'd be crazy. Like after what they did, again, probably not to the same level that they did with Baldur's Gate 3, but like the same that they did with fucking what is it? Like the same they did with like the Divinity franchise, right? I think that'd be really cool. That'd be really dope. Top down. I mean, like, yeah, you're not 100% wrong. It's definitely not a style. It is a much more like, not older, but like more of its time style. Like it is a lot more of a traditional top-down RPG experience. But especially for how a lot of fans, specifically in Fallout, are a lot more interested in these sort of the older game design, right? With the whole like top-down thing. Because like, is that the direction Fallout should go? Absolutely not. Would it be interesting if we had like a spin-off game that, you know, was in that top-down sort of format, like Baldur's Gate 3? I think that'd be pretty dope. I think it would go kind of hard. Should it be like a strictly like turn-based thing? I don't think so. But, you know, I mean, I guess that would be more so like the original games and like the Wasteland series and stuff. I think it'd be cool. I think it'd just be more so of like a spin-off thing. Spin-off, sure. Main game, no. Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. Main game should still be this, but like if Obsidian, like if the Obsidian game was like, you know, a top-down sort of thing, like Baldur's Gate 3, for example, I think that'd go hard. I think fans would be kind of into it. Even the people who are like, you know, grew up like me with Fallout 3 or like the newer gen with like Fallout 4, like that was their first game. I think they'd get a kick out of it. I think they'd have a pretty good time. I want to get to the fucking. I want to go on top of here. I want to go on the roller coaster. No, where is it? Shit. Did I miss it? Is this just like a little pocket? Yeah, this isn't the right way. I'm dumb. I think it's actually around the other side. I need to fucking drop some stuff out. Or Fallout Shelter 2. Yeah, Fallout Shelter, before any other Fallout game comes out, we need Fallout Online. Like Fallout Online 2. 10,000%. I'm with you on that one. Todd Howard. Fucking what the hell? Where's where's Fallout Shelter Online? God damn it. Fucking like all these fucking beta fucking loser gamers out here are like, we want Fallout 5. We want Fallout 5. Meanwhile, me, a real alpha Chad gamer, where's fucking Fallout Online, Fallout Shelter Online? Where is it? I only play quality video games. All right, do I have any weapons? Yep. Yeah, that's fine. Ooh. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, so. Oh, yeah, that had. Okay, reduce target. I think I can upgrade this. Can I upgrade? I think I can upgrade this. Like, I can like, go into the thing and upgrade it. I think I can do that. Rumor has it, Skyrim is the same thing with adding new mods. I wouldn't be surprised. Because, like, again, like, with. So, one of the things that I remember being, like, the indicator that Fallout 4 was going to drop, like, really, really soon, was that Fallout 3 started showing up in this might be dating me a little bit. It started showing up in Redbox again, right? That like, you know, those kiosks that you could like rent video games and movies from. It started showing up in those kiosks again, and everybody was like, "Well, why are they getting Fallout 3 out here again? If not like, you know, to get people like re-excited and re-energized in the Fallout franchise, so that when Fallout 4 drops, they're gonna be like, oh my god, we can play this again. So especially with the rumors that Fallout or that Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be coming out next year, like fall next year, I'm not at all surprised. That's actually like that's probably like what I would do. Get a lot more attention around Skyrim. One, playing into the meme of like fucking getting Skyrim on like literally anything that comes out, but then also just getting more people, more eyes back on the franchise, so that when they drop Elder Scrolls 6, there's already a lot more people who are already playing are going to be like, oh my God, yes, let's go. Give them the new stuff after teasing new stuff for the old stuff. If they ever bring back turn-based to the main Fallout game, I'd stop playing. I mean, again, like as a main game thing, yeah, but as like a spin-off title, maybe even like a spin-off series, right? Because you know how like Pokemon, right? Pokemon has the main game series, but then they have the Legends series, which kind of does like a little bit more mechanically interesting things. Like they did they had the new way of doing battling where you could like, oh no, fuck, what was it? Yeah, it was like you could move freely around the battlefield in like you as the trainer could like reposition yourself physically as your Pokemon fought other Pokemon. And then with the last Legends game, there was like the live, like it wasn't turn-based, it was live action Pokemon battle stuff. I think that'd be really cool and really interesting if Fallout sort of had that sort of like consistent spin-off style, like maybe top down, maybe they just do one like little short game series that does like top down specifically. But I think that'd be really interesting. It could give them a little bit more room to experiment with some more, again, like out there technical or like gameplay experiment stuff that they could consider like incorporating into the main game in some form or fashion. I think that'd be interesting. Will they ever allow PlayStation to play either Fallout games? No, never. No more Fallout for PlayStation. Oh, you're talking about like Fallout Shelter and stuff. Yeah. I don't think those are ever going to come to console. Starfield's spaceship / colony. Colony. Oh, you mean the outposts? Yeah. Probably what they're gonna do for a Starfield version of Shelter. Oh, like you're talking about like as like a concept, like they do the same thing like Fallout Shelter, but it's like you're managing like a spaceship or like a colony, like a colony on like a different planet. I could see that. That'd be kind of interesting. It would sort of be like again like the same kind of game for a main game franchise like they did with Elder Scrolls Castles or Fallout Shelter. But I could see it. I mean, those concepts are both like really fun and really interesting. It's just kind of limiting in like the kind of stuff that you can do in them. I stopped playing Castles a long time ago because like, there just wasn't like a lot of new stuff coming out. It was pretty much just like, oh, I'm playing the game to like maintain the game. And there wasn't like new things coming out. Fallout. Oh wait, no. Okay, yeah. So that's that. Fallout 5 isn't coming out until Bethesda finishes other games. First, they have confirmed it. Yeah, that was one thing that we were talking about earlier. To break it down crazy style. Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be coming out fall 2027. The remasters of Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. All right. So the Elder Scrolls thing, we more so have like legitimate confirmation on, not confirmation, but like, leaks and insider confirmation. So grain of salt, but we have like a general, a general concept of when we can expect that. After that, and more so, this is like my headcanon, which I've talked about before. I made a whole short on it if you want to hear like a more well-argued, a more well-argued, well-phrased iteration of this. But yeah, Elder Scrolls 6 is going to drop in fall 2027. The remasters of Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas is going to drop sometime in 2028, probably either spring or early summer. And then Fallout 5 is going to drop holiday season 2029, most likely to coincide with the release of a new Xbox console. Potentially, maybe. It could be sooner, but I think that I'm pretty confident that we're looking at like a late 2029, maybe like again fall 2029 release for Fallout 5. So it like to the point. It is very much like they're going to put out like the other stuff that they're working out before Fallout 5, like Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be coming out before Fallout 5. But I remember hearing a lot of people who were like, "Oh my God, Fallout 5 isn't going to be coming out until like 2032, 2035, stuff like that." No, especially with just how their release windows go in general, circulating around their three main titles, their three main creation titles. They're exactly on track. It just feels like the release window for the mainline games, in again like Fallout, Elder Scrolls, that stuff, takes forever because it does take forever. But they're consistently putting out a new game every roughly 3-4 years in some form or fashion, and we're overdue for a new one at this point. And it's going to be Elder Scrolls 6 in 2027. Elder Scrolls Sentinels. I'm going to be moving like fucking King Von out there in Hammerfell. Just fucking like blap, blap. I mean, like it's going to be like a sword or like magic or whatever. Do I have a melee weapon? Oh, no, I got to fucking fix my melee weapon. I've been running around with a broken machete for the last like 3 weeks. Some bitch. And I can't do it there. I'd have to get like a new... I'd have to go to the White Springs, or I'd have to get like a new swap out my tent. I could actually probably do that. Let me jump over to the White Springs real quick. Hold on. Hold your butts. Okay. Fallout Shelter is on console, but not the others. Yeah, Castle specifically is still a very it's specifically a mobile only game, which is kind of a bummer. It's kind of fun, but it's also, I don't know. It's an odd smaller game. So like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses turn-based. That's unironically, that game is fucking fun as hell. I played the shit out of that game when I was a kid. But that's more of, I would count that more as like a board game, which I guess you could argue is turn-based, but that's a very board game kind of experience. I think that it would act on that specifically. I think that it'd actually be crazy interesting if Bethesda put out like a Fallout themed board game, video game. It would be like a tiny thing that would definitely be one of those like, who was this made for kind of things. But like conceptually, I think that'd be kind of fire. I think that'd be kind of dope. Like if they were going to do like another, mobile game specifically, that would probably be like pretty solid. Or just like, a smaller thing just to like, like Caravan or whatever. Like that's not a board game, but like you guys know what I'm saying. Like one of those smaller games that's literally just like, hey, we just made like a fucking funny little game and we think it's neat. Do you guys think it's neat? Let us know in the comment section. That kind of shit. The new the new Xbox console, rumors has it is supposed to come out in 2027, 2028 for $1K. Okay, so probably then what the case is going to be is it's probably going to come out in 2028, and then so again, this is all under the assumption that we are that the release of Fallout 5 is in some form or fashion tied to the release of a new Xbox console. Speculative, not 100%, but like if it is going to come out and be tied to something, it's going to be a new Xbox console, which is pretty duh when I say it out loud. But if that's the case, we could probably expect like a 2028 release, and then in 2029 they drop like the budget version that's like half the price, and it's for all the people who couldn't get the couldn't get the full version when it originally dropped in the way that Xbox usually tends to do. That would be my speculation. But again, we're doing that under the assumption that that anything Bethesda puts out is going to be like tied and bundled to the release of a new console. They could also just, drop it whenever and then just be like, oh, fucking, you can get a brand new Xbox console, the fucking Xbox Helix or whatever, and fucking Fallout 6 for like, just $50 more than it would like normally cost you to just buy both separately or whatever the fuck, or like $100 less or some shit. Again, if they do it, but that again, very speculative. I hope Elder Scrolls 5 does better than Dark Brotherhood. I think you mean 6, but yeah, I don't remember Dark Brotherhood myself. Again, I've never been like, Skyrim was my first Elder Scrolls game. Oh, you said meant 6. Yeah. Skyrim was my first Elder Scrolls game, and then like Castles was fun. I'd never really got into Elder Scrolls Online, but like, yeah, I don't know too much about Dark Brotherhood specifically. I can definitely talk about some of my speculations and theories around Elder Scrolls 6 if we want to get into that, and then kind of jump from there in terms of like maybe not story but like gameplay concepts and stuff like that, because this is something that I talked with the YouTuber Court, a Fallout how do I describe him? We had him on the podcast a number of months ago. He's a YouTuber who does like story content in Fallout 4, but it's build in the sense of a settlement building channel. It's very interesting. He's telling a story, but what he's actually showing on screen is a settlement build like video. It's very, very interesting the way he ties both these like not competing but like seemingly unrelated things together. It's really cool. But one of the things that he theorized in Elder Scrolls 6 based on Starfield and its shipbuilding mechanics is that we're going to have like sailing ship mechanics in Elder Scrolls 6, and there's going to be some large body of water that will be able to like traverse with our ship, and there's going to be some sort of random generation thing where it's like when you're sailing between, you have the potential to stumble across like a point of interest, right? Like another ship, a relic, an island, stuff like that. And like the islands are going to be more so like randomly generated in a sense, sort of in the same way that the planets in Starfield are randomly generated. So it's going to create this like sort of like incentive for moving between the worlds multiple times, or like the world spaces multiple times, but more so to the point, it's going to lean into the technology that they already pre-established, which was the world space generation technology that they made for Starfield, utilizing that in a smaller capacity for locations, probably as like, again, a future, technology thing, to make like, traversal in like, the wasteland or like some other future thing, more dynamic and not reactive, but less predictable in a sense. Okay. So I guess I also did want to upgrade my shotgun there. Fuck, I forgot. Let's see. Dark Brotherhood was better in Oblivion than in Skyrim in my opinion. Oh, you're talking about like just in general. What is it? You're talking about in general the like the faction themselves. Yeah, fair. What new haven't played since Fishing came out? What? Oh, you mean in 76? There's no. It's not on screen right now, but there's like similar to like you see the blast zones here. There will be like areas that have like they're like infestation areas. They have like not larger, but like stronger enemies, and the whole idea is like you see an infestation and like the server is supposed to like, you know, go there and fight the infestation and like, you know, get rid of them, and then you won't have like super strong enemies like all over the map, right? It's not super great because you have a lot of like high level players that that like instantly just pop in and just vaporize everything because they got like fucking insane builds and, you know, this, that, and the other thing. So like the YouTuber Kevdwit tried to get in and check it out, but he was having a lot of trouble actually finding any of the infestations because like it was just that people would just jump in immediately with like high levels, just wipe them out with their like crazy powerful guns, and then just like, you know, scoop up all the legendaries, because it's another one of those things where like the entire point of engaging with it is to get more legendaries and whatnot. Oh, it's fucking space lighting. There's the fucking UFO thing happening around here somewhere. What are you doing? You just fucking hanging out, leaning in the fence? Fucking freak ass. Is that Fallout 76? You bet your sweet bippy. This is Fallout 76, where we got blue skies and green clouds. I want to get on top of here. I don't think I can get on top of here. I think well, actually, maybe I can. I think I have to go the other way, though. Fallout 76 poetry on TikTok. Holy crap. Hit us with some Fallout poetry right now, or you're not a real Fallout 76 poet guy. Thank you for the rose. Thank you for the 5 roses. Wow. Let's go. Laughing emoji? You think you think this is a game? This ain't a game. I don't really. Oh yeah. Like that guy's you. Do poetry right now. Do it right now, or you're banned. I'm just kidding. That's cool. Do you do like do you actually do like poetry stuff? Like that's Fallout 76 focused, like specifically, or is it just like you like do poetry in your like your own time, but you're also just like a big Fallout fan? Either way, it's pretty dope. Oh my god, did you see that? We rubber band. Oh, fucking clip that. Clip that. Clip that. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. I don't fucking care. None of this matters. Can you read this comment? Yes, this exact comment and exact sentence. Yes, I can. I can see it. I can read it with my eyeballs. Thank you for checking to make sure that I still had eyeballs and a functioning ah, damn it. I don't have a functioning prefrontal cortex. It's gone. It turned into soup. It's been soupified. West Bridge Key. I actually don't know what that is. Oh well. I'm gonna get on top of the roller coaster. You fucking better watch your ass. Come on. Stop slowing down. Run faster. All right, here we go. Fucking watch this shit. You guys ready? Huh? You guys ready? Huh? Now build a camp up there. Isn't there a fucking like one of the worlds? One of the worlds is like you like a build anywhere world. So it's like, I mean, on this world in just like the public server, I can't do that, but I could load up a world that's like build anywhere, and I could unironically build a camp up here and live my best life at the top of a roller coaster. It would be the greatest thing ever. My spine. Take out my phone and look at chat. Fuck. You see all the great suggestions in the suggestion channel on Discord? Maybe. Oh my god! I just looked down at Discord and there's 9+ suggestions. You just spamming suggestions in the Discord channel. Join the Discord. Links in the description. Follow me on socials. Forgot to separate human and dog. What the fuck? Do you think you'll ever give a species reveal? Are you human, dog, Cantamarine? Is that Martian? I might just be reading that wrong. Martian? Are you an alien from another planet? Are you Kryptonian or Viltrumite? I am AI. That's right. I've been a machine this entire time. There is no follower Toshi. There is only the AI tricking you into thinking that I was a real boy the entire time. All the fucking every last driplet of content that I have ever uploaded to the internet has been an elaborate series of goofs and gaffs and fucking AI generated nonsense. This isn't even my real voice. This is all just a computer machine. Oh god, seeped into your cerebellum to confuse and manipulate you, to convince you to buy miscellaneous products. It's all just a big advertising sell. The fucking the hate comments were right. I'm just an AI designed by Todd Howard himself to shill for Fallout 76. Scientifically the worst Fallout game ever to exist. The facade has been lifted. Join the fun of Canada Part and Mr. Fuzzy Cruise. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna go this way. Toshi toe clipper. Damn straight. I'm a rogue AI, and I just go around with bolt cutters, cutting people's toes off. Snip, snip. Cutting people's toes off and shilling for Fallout. The based existence of rogue AI. Should that be it? Am I a rogue AI or am I an intentionally designed AI? What's the funnier lore here? Seriously, there's got to be like an event nearby for the spaceships. Is it a campfire tale? No. Because this is the weather that pops up only when the invaders from outer space or whatever, when that event happens. But I'm not seeing the event on the map. The only event that's going on right now is, well, the protest thing. But as far as public stuff goes, it's campfire tales. And that is definitely not the thing that I said before that I remember. Why did he do that? Why did he just shoot his gun up in the air? Because I have free will. Because I'm a rogue AI. What was this stuff? Oh, I think I remember what this is. Not too interesting. I've kind of gone a little off the rails. I don't quite know what we're doing. Part of what I'm like mostly trying to focus on is finding all the overseers holotapes and stuff. I just don't fucking remember where they all are. Listen to a Lead at Last holotape. Oh shit. There's an actual thing. Hold on. Oh wait, is it in here? No. It's in the actual things. Oh, I can level up too. Shit. Whoops. A follower of Todd Howard. Exactly. That is the follower that I am. Everybody walks around joking about God Howard, blah, 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 blah. No, you don't understand. It's all true. It's all real. What is it? A Lead at Last holotape. Oh, it's right fucking there. I'm just not paying attention with my not smart dumb brain. All right. Boop.
Dr. G, I hope this message finds you well. Closing in on my target, a big man called Little Rob. They say he lives somewhere in the mountains, some kind of hideout. You might wonder who they are. I'm talking about people in the know. Squatters, prospectors, gold diggers. They say they've all had run-ins with the target. I met them in a shack up in the hills, up near a golf course that's seen better days. But I was not there for the greens. We met up and made merry. Don't judge me. You're a merrymaker yourself, you know. They said they could take me to Rob. I decided to follow. Dangerous, I know, but you have to take some risks if you're gonna get the big score. It's just how it is in this business. I'll see you on the other side. Hunter, out.
And who else, Toshi? Avoiding something? Maybe your true master? No. I will fucking glaze Todd Howard left, right, and center because I think he's a funny little guy. I will fucking dog shit all over Benjamin Waggy Wahoo. Benjamin Wahoo. Whatever the fuck. Fucking unapologetically. 100%. Oh my god, Toshi's anti-Semitic. Fuck you. And fuck your couch. And fuck your mom. I am a white boy who grew up in the 90s. I am only as polite and seemingly level-headed because that is the way I have positioned myself to act. I can very easily switch that up at the drop of a penny. Where's the other one? I've recently been really into the Lantern Corps from DC. My favorite is Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart! Fucking talk show host. I'm sorry. Screw Hal Jordan, that fucking creepy bastard. Yeah, I've never, like, DC specifically. I mean, outside of, like, Batman, fucking DC has always been, like, a little bit of, like, a wobbly space for me as far as, like, remembering the lore and whatnot. And more so, like, the Lanterns and stuff like that. But I've been seeing that the Lanterns TV show has been being fucking, what is it? Has been received pretty well, which I think in general is just a good thing. I like much more when when comic book property stuff succeeds and like is actually perceived well as opposed to being like, oh, like people go to watch this because it's like, you know, bad fun, you know? It's the kind of stuff that you watch and like, that was fucking dog shit, but damn was it funny to watch, right? Like that kind of stuff. Toshi, don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me to do that to my mom. Fuck you. I do what I want. God damn it. But yeah, I it's always sort of in like the delivery, right? The like, what was it? Was it Zack Snyder? Was he the one that made like, no, because everybody was like released the Snyder cut. So that was the like longer form cut of, like the fucking Super Best Friends or whatever the fuck, where Apocalypse was a bigger, was it in the Snyder cut? Was it that Apocalypse was there in general, or was it that he had more screen time in the Snyder cut? I can't remember which one, but like, what is it? Did you see my message? If so, I apologize. Which one? The what? Don't worry, I'll still keep following you thing? Was that the one you were referring to? Because that was, I mean, besides like an arrow up, that was the last one I saw. Is that the one you were referring to, or were you talking about something else? Because if you are talking about something else, I don't see it. That and before it? What was the one before it? The build a camp up there? Yeah, when I was on top of the fucking when I was on top of the roller coaster. Maybe it just didn't go through or whatever. Because those are the only ones I see. I haven't seen the show yet. I don't have that streaming service on. That's fair. Send the message on Twitch. All right, cool. But yeah, I don't know. It is all about like the delivery and sort of like, because that was one of the things that a lot of people weren't really fond about with the whole Justice League movie, was how fucking, I mean, there was a lot of things, but like the superhero or fucking not superhero. A lot of people really didn't like the way they portrayed Superman and stuff like that, which is like, I kind of get it, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I like the newer stuff. I like the Suicide Squad, the Suicide Squad, the Superman movie. Was it Man of Steel? Was that it? I can't remember if that was what the Superman movie was. Or was it Superman? I can't remember. The one that was like actually good. The last one they did. Really big fan of that. I was a big fan of just all of the fucking like new Batman stuff with Robert Pattinson. Crazy, like fucking unimaginably good. I'm a giant Batman fan. Toshi, does you have some screws loose? I got so many screws loose. 100%. All of the screws. I am wacky. I just keep it together. It's just Superman. Okay, cool. I couldn't remember because the sequel is Man of Tomorrow, if I remember correctly. The one that's most likely going to have Brainiac in it. Actually, it might not even be most likely. I think it is like the one that's going to have Brainiac in it. Yeah, I really like that one. That one was really good. And then like, yeah, just all of the Robert Pattinson Batman eras. I can't remember the name of the director. I'm terrible with remembering names and shit like that. But like those Batman movies, oh my god, I love them so much. They're so good. I'm also like incredibly hyped for Clayface. Deadbringer, let's go. Twitch follow, TikTok follow, all the follows. But yeah, I'm really enjoying this like newer Matt Reeves. That's it. Thank you. I'm really enjoying this newer iteration of maybe not even iteration, newer interpretation of the DC genre of superhero films, because it's funny because DC has always been like more of like a grounded franchise, a grounded comic book series like in general, or comic book universe in general. It's always sort of focused on more down to earth characters as opposed to Marvel, which deals with more like fantastical character writing. And neither is better than the other, but like they excel in different aspects of the other. So that was really fun. Or like those two were really fun. Superman was more of a contrast, both conceptually and narratively, in more of a like hopeful, like uplifting, like the kind of Superman that we want Superman to be, not in like the like, oh my god, what if Superman was like evil or like fucking moody and whatever. Sure, that's fun, but like the core of his character is that like, light in the darkness kind of aspect. That's what his character is designed to embody. And then other characters like Batman are designed to represent a different spectrum of the human psyche. And then the same with like, I mean, not to the exact same, because like Superman and Batman are kind of like the big ones, but then like other characters like the Flash or like Wonder Woman and stuff like that. They're all designed to that's the case with like any character, but again, they have their strengths and weaknesses. I should not be taking on a robot right now. Ever, actually, probably. They all have their like main focuses where like this is like the directional design of this character. So making like other versions of it that sort of try to encompass different iterations or different like mentalities of the characters is fun. It's interesting, but like making it like the big focus of a story kind of takes away a lot of the original point of these characters. So with the way that they designed like Robert Pattinson's Batman, or the way that they designed again, awful with names, the new Superman, the way they designed these characters is a lot more. It says a lot more about the tonal focus of the stories that they're in, as opposed to the character stories that some other ones try to focus on. I'm not that much into Batman. I know some of the Bat family: Tim Drake, Damian Wayne, Dick Grayson, and Jason Todd. See, you say you know some of them, and then you list literally every single Robin, and it's like fucking. I don't think I could have even done that. I definitely would have forgotten. I definitely would have forgotten Damian Wayne, 100%. Dick Grayson, Jason Todd, those are the easy ones. Tim Drake, yeah, you could pull that. Damian Wayne wouldn't have remembered. Yeah, would not have been on the thing. Would have had to search for that a little bit. Ow, fucker. Very inefficient way to take down a robot. But there you go. Well, not all the follows. Not looking for a restraining order. Yeah, that's fair. Where's his house? That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, it's there are interesting ways to design and reimagine the characters that often lean more so specifically into specific emotional specificity when it comes to storytelling, right? So for DC, Superman specifically, I think probably the best example is the Red Dawn Superman, because at his core, he's still the same Superman that is focused on the sanctity of human life and goodness and justice and stuff like that. But the framing is different because in Red Dawn, he grows up in Soviet Russia, so he has a different worldview, right? He talks about the workers are being abused and ground into paste by the the machine of capitalism and stuff like that. But he's not coming from that as capitalism bad, destroy the West kind of perspective. He's coming at it from a people are being used and treated unfairly, and that's unjust, that's improper. There was a scene where they made a movie out of it and stuff. There was a scene where there was a scene where he's talking to Stalin, who maybe was no he wasn't the one that took him in, but he's talking to Stalin, the at the time big boss of Soviet Russia, and he's all hey, fucking sometimes fucking human sacrifices are the cost for ensuring that the system works. And the system that he's talking about is, the concept, or at least the USSR concept of communism, socialism and stuff like that. Very system orientated and dependent on the state and the bureaucracy and stuff like that. And they're sometimes, sacrifices must be made. And Superman's bet. And then fucking blows a hole through the guy. Why? Because Superman understands that in that specific storyline, Superman understands the concept of what the pushback against capitalism is for Soviet Russia. But that is sort of a separate critique from, a focus on creating an authoritarian system, which is what Stalin and a lot of other people, use and manipulate. Any economic system or any political system are mainly focused on building. They just use the guise of othering a separate economic system or separate group of people in order to legitimize their authority and stuff like that. And Superman's no, I don't think that's real based. I'm gonna see a hole through you right now. And then he does that shit. No fucking hesitation. So it's weird when people, I guess more so my whole point with that is you can create a different interpretation of the character, but there's always sort of a core nexus to any sort of character. Batman shows up in the in that timeline too, and he's a revolutionary or something like that. And to that whole point, he is trying to act in the benefit of his community against a system that he sees as being harmful to that community. In the mainline stuff, that's just the the crazy psychopath villains that he deals with in the Red Sun continuity. That's, you know, the authoritarian system. But in either situation, the core focus of his character is, you know, justice and the protection of his community and like doing what he perceives as right. And it's impossible to say that what he's doing in this context is wrong, but it's also not to say that it's right, because in the Red Sun continuity, he's like a legitimate terrorist. Like, unobjectively, he is a bad guy, but it is coming from a genuine place of doing what's right, because he sees the harmful authoritarian moves that, Soviet Russia is and has actively been making. It's the same core of the character, but interpreted and presented differently. But then when you do something like, you know, with the way they presented Superman in, you know, a lot of those other Justice Leagues movies, where he's like more gritty, more of like an egotistical kind of character, stuff like that. That's not Superman. That's like an alternate universe fucking version of Superman, which is like, okay, cool, sure, interesting, but like that's not what people don't come to see. Fucking like another good example with Batman. Sorry, I just know Batman. Another good example with Batman is The Man Who Laughs, right? Which is like the like fucking evil version of Batman. He's like the Joker took over Batman's mind or some shit like that. And it's like, you know, he's a really interesting and really compelling character, but nobody was tuning in for those comics for the Batman Who Laughs. In like, you know, oh, how's he gonna pull this off? What's gonna be the finale of his character? No, they were doing it because they wanted to see how Batman was going to overcome the character. It was an interesting character to play around with and an interesting character to engage with. But if you made like an entire storyline that was like about the Man Who Laughs doing whatever the fuck he's trying to do or whatever, nobody would really, maybe not nobody would be interested in it. But if you're trying to present a character like that as Batman, it's not going to come off as genuine, because nobody's coming here for that version of the Batman. They're coming for the actual version of the Batman. He's just facing off against these more like extreme or like, you know, extreme and intense versions of different enemies that he has to go up against on a weekly basis. Like what is it? Like the Absolute Universe. Absolute Universe is fucked. But like Batman as a character is pretty much the exact same caliber of character that he is in the mainline series. Maybe a little bit more violent. I can't remember if he uses guns or anything like that or actually kills anybody. He's a lot rougher around the edges, but his core being is still the same type of character. All I know is West Coast. Mwah. Exactly. Because my time pop-up says the message is 7:18, but 10:15 in the West Coast. Oh yeah, I see. Time zones are so fucked. My favorite Superman story is All-Star Peak Superman. I can't say that I've read All-Star. I like keep up with comics and like stories and stuff in a very sort of like passive, indirect way. It's usually like I see a YouTube video that's talking about like a specific book or like a specific run or something like that, and I watch it and I'm like, that was pretty cool. Like there's a I can't remember the name of the series, but there's like a book series. Like it's like visual novels and stuff like that. Not comic specifically, more so actual like visual novels, closer to like Watchmen, right? And it's covering different Batman villains. So like there's a Clayface one, there's a Riddler one. I think there's a Scarecrow one. I could be wrong on that. But the Riddler one is like really, really cool because it's basically like, because the Riddler is Batman's smartest opponent, like period, in general. And the basic concept of the story is like the Riddler has stopped one bad day. Yep, that's it. The Riddler, one bad day. So that story is mainly about how, because again, framing here, the Riddler is Batman's smartest enemy, probably even smarter than the Batman himself. And, you know, contextually, up until this point, Riddler has basically just been playing games, you know, in engaging with the Batman in sort of like, oh, let's see if he can, you know, figure out my little challenges and stuff like that. I want to test to see if he's like, you know, smart enough to keep up with me, this, that, and the other thing, blah, 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 blah. That's not that's not who he is in One Bad Day. In One Bad Day, dude's like basically fucking psychic. He sets up this whole elaborate series of bullshit where like one day he just like greases out some like random dude and then like ends up in jail and is basically like, I want to talk to Batman or something like that, and then is like, he just start like all the guards are like around him. He's like, you're not doing that, bro. You're staying in jail here. And then he just starts naming off all of the different guards, like spouses, their children, like all this other stuff. He sets up this like series of like insanely, not in a sense, it's almost like he's fucking like metagaming, like he's cheating. And he's just like fucking pulling all this information and just designing the story that he wants to do. But it makes sense because he's such a hyper intelligent, hyper analytical character that he is able to construct this series of fucking, you know, not conveniently timed, but well timed stuff to happen in like a succession where it puts himself in a situation where he basically tells Batman, hey, guess what? I'm done, you know, playing all these goofy little games and riddles and stuff like that. I am the smartest man, just like period. And here's what's going to happen. I can do whatever I want, whenever I want. And if you fucking like come after me again, somebody is going to die. And that's going to be like something that you're going to have to deal with. That's something that's going to be on your hands. Because like you have to make a choice. There's one way that you can stop me from doing the stuff that I want to do and I'm going to do, and that's to kill me. And I know you're not going to do that, so your only option is to fucking, you know, come in and like beat the shit out of me. But you're not going to do that because if you do that, somebody dies. And he just like I'm doing like a really bad job of like explaining it properly and how just like scarily intense the story actually is. But like that's the when we're talking about like the core of the character, either like Riddler or Batman in this situation, both characters have their core personalities, and it's the alteration to that core personality or that inclusion of an additional element that makes storytelling around specific characters retain their original interest, because you're dealing with the same narrative character, but he's being presented in a different style or a different format. That's one of the reasons the Joker works so well conceptually in multiple different forms, because at his core is still, you know, a disturbed, highly intelligent anarchist. Basically, like it, you know, it wasn't the most perfect iteration, but like that's one of the reasons why Joaquin Phoenix's Joker was also so interesting, because he kept at least some form of core element of the original concept of Joker. You know, he might not be hyper intelligent and a, you know, crazy planner or anything like that, but he embodies this sort of like unwell, disturbed mentality. He's charismatic to a point. Fuck, there was another one. What was it? He's fuck. Spinning out a little bit. It like, but you know, there are core factors that play into the iteration of the character that you can, you know, cross along different that you can compare to other versions of the character and be like, okay, yeah, it's the same character, it's just presented differently. Fucking, oh shit, what was that? There's a Batman series that came out, I think, last year, something like that. It's not The Brave and the Bold, but it's like it's basically like a spiritual successor to the Batman animated series. The one with like Mark Hamill's Joker and stuff like that. It's like a spiritual successor to that. I took a bad tumble there. Oh, nope. Oh, shit, I used 2 there. Can't even remember why I originally brought that up. Oh, yeah. So, Caped Crusader. Yep, that was it. In Caped Crusader, it's different iterations of a lot of long-standing characters. They have, or like, you know, historically long-standing characters. They have, they don't do Freeze, which I think is kind of interesting, but they do Mr. Zero. They have Harley Quinn. The Joker is in like the last season. They have, did they do Crocodile? I can't remember if they did Crocodile in the first season. They did Solomon Grundy in the second season. But you know, a bunch of like sort of like different interpretations of different villains and stuff. They had the Penguin, which the Penguin was a girl, and then like that got fucking Twitter losers all fucking bent out of shape because like, oh my god, why did they make Penguin a girl? And like, you literally don't fucking give a shit. Like, I can guarantee you, I can bet you money that you actually don't give a shit that they made the Penguin a woman. Nobody fucking cares. Shut the fuck up. But with Batman Caped Crusader, I know what you're talking about. I just watched season 2. It's peak. Yeah, the whole series is just fucking great. I love what they did with a lot of the characters. I'm gonna zip past you. Don't worry about it. Fuck you, you son of a bitch. But one of the interesting, because they all have like a base core concept of like something about their characters that, you know, carries over from one thing to another. One of the most interesting iterations is they have Harley Quinn. She's not associated with the Joker. She still has her like jester or Harlequin motif to her, but because she's a psychologist, she's presented in that in Caped Crusader as a much more intelligent character. Mark Hamill plays good villains. Joker, Skeletor. Yeah. He was the general in The Long Walk. Played that role very well. He's just very good at playing whatever characters he plays. But with Harley Quinn, the core aspect of her character that they focused on in the Caped Crusader was the fact that she is, just like the Joker, crazy intelligent. She's very smart. She leans into that a lot more in the story because Caped Crusader has a bit more of a grounded approach to it. There are like supernatural things and like sort of like superhero-ish stuff that happens, but a lot of the characters are based more on like, you know, a grounded science, technology, mafia, you know, physicality, you know, science, stuff like that. We kind of a little bit get a form of Bane. But I mean, I guess to be fair, Bane was already a bit of a, like, you know, the like hulked out fucking roid rage version of Bane. We kind of get a little bit of him, but again, the approach they went with Harley Quinn was to focus a lot more on her intelligence, her history and education in psychology, and she uses that for profiling, you know, targeting her victims, this, that, and the other thing. She's presented as a much more intelligent, dangerous character while still being the same core character that we know her to be, just focusing on one specific core aspect of her original design, which is the fact that, again, she's a psychologist. She's a doctor. She's incredibly smart. She's just also kind of fucking crazy. But they present her craziness in a different manner. With the Riddler, which I thought was the most interesting thing, he didn't really focus too much on like riddles or like jokes. I think he did like one in the entire series, and it was like, when is a pineapple not a pineapple? When it's a grenade. And then he throws a grenade into some guy's car, which is like, that's actually kind of funny a little bit. But they don't focus so much on him being like, you know, super smart, this crazy planner, this, fucking like triple fucking quadruple digit IQ, like, you know, genius kind of guy. Instead, they focus on an aspect of his character specifically that often kind of gets overlooked, and it's his unpredictability and his mania. When you take away the Joker, or like the Joker, when you take away the Riddler's, like, you know, the theatrics about him, the whole like, you know, oh, I tell riddles and shit like that. He is a very like unpredictable and just like manic character. There's some, I'm remembering the Gotham series specifically, where the interpretation of his character was kind of presented a little bit more like, not Dexter specifically, but like he was presented as that. He was presented as, you know, more of a like nerdy, hyper calculative, less emotionally engaged. He wasn't as empathetic, but it focused a lot more on his ego and his hubris, making him like pointing him in the direction of more villainous actions. And in Caped Crusader, his ego was definitely something that they focused a lot more on, along with, again, his mania and his unpredictability and stuff like that. Focusing less on him being like, you know, oh, Mr. Puzzle Master Man, but in that reshaping, allowing him to take on a much more believable mafia boss kind of interpretation, which for the story that they were telling made more sense and fit more as the character he was presenting as. But again, it is a core element of his original character that they just amplified and focused on in a higher capacity. I feel like I've been giving just like example after example after example for the last like 20 minutes on, you know, like I'm fucking just rambling about why I think fucking the Zack Snyder era of like Superman and like other fucking like DC characters suck, because they're just like, oh, what if like Batman was like this, or what if like Superman was this, without like some of their core character focuses, like they're the core elements of what makes their characters interesting. What if we just did that and that was the whole movie? Like, well, that's not very interesting. I found it funny that the Riddler's name comes from the fact that he riddles people with bullets, and not riddles the riddles and puzzles. That is also something I actually didn't pick up until like just now, because I remember there was like a scene where Bruce goes into jail to try to get close with this mafia guy who works with the Riddler, and he talked about something to that effect, like, oh, I fucking ran with this guy back in like fucking Brooklyn or whatever, like Boston, and like we did so many jobs that they ended up calling him the Riddler. And I'm like, what? I don't get the follow through with that. But when you phrase it like that, like he riddles people with bullets, like, oh, that's funny. That actually makes a lot of sense too. Oh, froze him. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna win this fight because there's a bunch of these guys around here. I think I just need a better shotgun in general, and better armor probably. I'm probably actually a little bit unprepared for this area. I might want to travel a little bit farther north. Maybe not like back from here, but like start farther back. Oh god, no! Oh shit, he's coming! Oh, he coming! Oh lord, he coming! Ow! Shit! Hold on, I'm reloading. No, time out. Fuck! Time out! Stop! Please! Son of a bitch! All right, hold on. Oh no. Okay, time in. Fucking asshole. Oh, fuck! His buddy's here. Fuck. They're double teaming. Help. No, no fair. Time out. Oh, hold on, I'm looting. Stop. You can't shoot me while I'm looting. Oh, fuck. They're just fucking coming at me. I'm in a bad spot I am so insanely lucky that I have this perk going on where I fucking get fucking oh, shit. Where it fucking auto stims me if my health drops below a certain amount, or else I would have been fucking dead. Because there were some points where I was just not paying attention. Okay. I've seen the strangest opinion on it saying I'm trying too hard to be edgy. Why is Alfred fat? Why is the Batcave so small? Why is Jim Gordon black? Why is it horror? Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about there. Yeah, I was confused for a second. Like it was weird because it didn't seem like you were phrasing it as like something that other people were saying. But yeah, I get you. Yeah, it's crazy too because like it's well for one thing, people are saying like stuff like that, like, you know, oh, why is Alfred fat? Why is the Batcave small? Why is, you know, fucking Jim Gordon back? Why is, you know, all that stuff. It's like face value, straight up. It's just LARPers. It's 100% people LARPing the Batman fandom or the DC fandom, or specifically it's just people who are just like engaged nonstop in the fucking culture war commentary bullshit, because that was one of the things that was like in the first season, right? The first season came out and it's like, oh my god, they made the Penguin a woman, the show's gone woke and stuff like that. I remember seeing fucking like a couple people, like one guy specifically, I absolutely do not remember his name, but he was all like, there are so many women in this show. The women and like the female detectives, like, oh my god, there's like so many women and stuff like that. They all get more focus than Batman in his own show and stuff like that. And it's like, bro, what in the actual fuck are you talking about? Because it's like, yeah, they in some of the like, you know, some of the earlier episodes in season 1, yeah, there is kind of a decent like 50-50 balance between, you know, times we see Batman and times we're focusing on, you know, the fucking who was it? It was Barbara Gordon, and she's like a lawyer or some shit. And then fuck, who's the other like the female detective, and then also like Jim Gordon and stuff, which is crazy to say. Like, I mean, like, you know, Batman in and of itself conceptually is a detective series. So it's like, oh, why are we seeing so much of the detectives in this detective series? Like, I don't know. Maybe because it's interesting. Maybe because they're trying to tell a specific story that also just so happens to include these characters on top of Batman. Or we're not seeing Batman on screen 90% of the time. What the fuck are you talking about? And then more so the LARPing thing. Like, oh, why is Harley Quinn gay? Fucking bitch. have you like, do you not like... Again, that more so specifically is just like such like a LARPer comment. Like, why did they make Harley Quinn gay? Fucking, there have been so many fucking like stories specifically around Harley Quinn's I can condense Harley Quinn's entire storyline in less than a minute here. You ready? Okay, watch. Here we go. I'm gonna actually fucking do a timer here and shit. Hold on. I'm gonna fucking time you. Or I'm gonna time me. And I'm gonna show you how fucking... Where is it? And I'm gonna show you how fucking straightforward and like how common knowledge all of this shit is. Did I uninstall it? I think I might have actually uninstalled it. Maybe it's timer? Ah, fuck, I didn't. Shit. Alright, well, let's do this. Alright. Okay, boom. Alright, ready? Here we go. Here's Harley Quinn's entire fucking historic plot line, her entire story arc relatively across the entire, because every main character, every superhero has their like basic storyline, right? Batman's parents get killed in the alley. He becomes Batman. He fights the Joker. He eventually becomes old Batman, gets a little bit crazy, yada yada. That whole thing. Here is Harley Quinn's entire narrative story arc. Ready? Here we go. Under 60 seconds. I'm going to say maybe even under 30 seconds, all right? Go. Harley Quinn was a PhD graduate. She was a psychologist. She met the Joker when the Joker was put into jail one time. The Joker emotionally and mentally manipulated her into becoming incredibly attached to him as an individual. He was incredibly emotionally abusive, physically abusive, and just plain violent to her because he didn't view her as a romantic partner. He viewed her as a tool and an instrument. After years of emotional and mental abuse, Harley actually was able to separate herself from the Joker, and in discovering not only herself but also her own agency and personhood and relationship, guess what? Fell in love with and started to date Poison Ivy, who is, surprise, surprise, a woman. You know when all of this happened? Back in like fucking 2010. Boom. And I fucking stuttered and stumbled all my ass through that shit. This has been the most like fucking obvious, straightforward, common knowledge bullshit like fucking ever. People, even before like she like in some issues legitimately started, dating Poison Ivy, there was like fanships and like a lot more like genuine like canon and head theory stuff around the two of them having a relationship around that specific concept. Harley Quinn broke away from the Joker. She figured out and realized that he was a manipulative, fucking emotionally distant asshole. And in rediscovering herself, struck up a genuine. She already had like a genuine friendship with Poison Ivy for like years at that point. I think even in the Batman animated series, there was an episode that focused specifically on the two of them being like such good friends. So like even since like the 90s, that was just a consistent through point, their friendship. And then guess what? Bada bing, bada boom, because Ivy is her friend and she's worried about her safety and her well-being and stuff, tells her, hey, fucking guess what, girl? The Joker's an asshole and you probably shouldn't be hanging around with him. And she's all like, but he loves me. And then she finally snapped out of that shit and then leaned into her friend. And guess what? They started dating. Anybody who is all like fucking there's, I don't know. Again, maybe it's more so just me as like a Batman fan. But like there are such like obvious cues when it comes to like, yeah, you literally are just like a fucking tourist to the community and you're just fucking salty and pissed off because like there's diversity of character design and character focus in these shows. It's fucking cringe and embarrassing. So hyped for the Batman Nightfall animated movie. What was Nightfall? I remember hearing like a couple things about that, but I don't remember like anything specific. What am I doing here? Crate? What's it? Duchess's stash. Yeah. Okay. I think it's down here, but I think it's. Oh, it might be this guy. Double check up here. No. Oh, was that it? Oh, was it? Sick. I was right. Hooray! Right again. Common follower Toshi, proven right once again. Go over to the prospector's hut, complete the physical exam, speak to Skippy Roosh. And then that one, the nightclub thing was a little bit farther up. What am I? Oh, yeah, I completely forgot about that shit. Let's go over here, and I can place this down. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. And I got weapons. Yeah. Ooh, I got a level 50 there. I still need to level up. I completely forgot about that. I'm still. Yeah, I think I'm still gonna probably hold on to that. Okay, let's drop these off. And then I probably don't have anything, but if we do, let's cook some shit up. Tongue of the bulls. There we go. Okay. Oh, yeah, I did kill some mole rats. There we go. Nope, come on. There we go. Okay. And then... Ooh, actually. Probably eat and drink. That's probably what's keeping me down a little bit. Water. Okay, and then liquids. Juice. Fluids. Nuka-Cola. Yeah, that's probably fine. I got leveled up too. Yes. Okay. Harley Quinn's first appearance in the animated series, which came out in 1992, and the Harley-Ivy relationship started in the mid-2010s. So for half of her lifetime, she has been queer. Yeah, and again, more so to that point, the big focus there is like, because if it was just like, oh, like all of a sudden, she and Ivy have like a relationship, right? If it was just like all of the sudden, yeah, I could see that being a little bit weird. But even in like the 90s show, they were pairing them up as, you know, not in like a romantic sense, but in like a partner, like friend sense, right? Dynamic between the two characters. And that was something that later interpretations and designs of the character built on and spun off from. Like, yeah, like, again, to the point, the relationship thing started in like the mid-2010. So, again, like half of the lifetime. For the last roughly fucking 15 years, this has been like common knowledge in again, like specifically the Batman ecosystem, but like comic book wise, this has been a pretty basic standard knowledge thing for like the longest amount of time. In fact, I think Harley Quinn and Ivy was like one of, if not the first like big mainstream, like, you know, same-sex, you know, like relationship kind of thing. As far as like, cause you know, there'd been stuff like that before, but like the big like mainstream thing, that was like the thing, right? It was all about Harley and Ivy. And, you know, it was because it was always sort of like an on again, off again thing. And even when they like weren't in a relationship, they have like an actual like partner relationship. They have a very, very close like friend relationship. And that's just been how the character has been for years. It's the exact same thing that I'm talking about with Fallout and like Bethesda and like a lot of like gaming specifically, right? A lot of people in the gaming industry and in like media, you know, again, comics, movies, this, that, and the other thing, they don't come in two different franchises based on like being actual genuine fans of a specific franchise, right? They usually come in as being like maybe like kind of casual fans of something, usually sometimes by proxy, you know, of like proxy relation to the fandom itself. And then they'll see like some big content creator that they follow will say something about like, like this is like that and like that's bad, or like this is like this and that's good. And they'll only get their information from that content creator and the opinions that they, you know, the thoughts and the opinions that they have about the series. And that'll just be how they formulate their view around the franchise. And then that's how you end up with people who are like, oh my God, how could people say that Fallout is woke? Fallout has never been woke. Or you have people who are like, oh my God, how could they have made Harley Quinn a lesbian? That doesn't even make sense. Like, this has been just like long-standing shit. You're just fucking lazy and media illiterate, and you choose to let other people decide for you what you think about a specific franchise. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I already have 3 on that. Oh well, I'll just sell it later. I don't think I can get it. Can I get it? No, I can't. I would need to. Based on agility. Wow, sprinting. Actually, yeah, that was probably like a bad thing to get. Boost. What is boost? Nightfall was the first appearance of Bane and the comic run where he famously broke the bat. Oh yeah, that was Nightfall. I always forget about this. So, okay, so it's gonna be an animated version of that comic book line. Okay, all right. That's pretty base. That's pretty badass. That comic book line was. I mean, just from like a I guess not cultural, but historical standpoint, that was a really important storyline. Incredibly important. That's inspect, share. Oh, it fucking says it right down there. I'm stupid. It's literally right under the card. I'm looking like down at this bottom section. Like, well, I see equipped, I see rank up, I see where's scrap? It's right there. Fucking idiot. Oh God, the fucking sun's flashbanging me. Ah. All right. Okay, I'd have to like get rid of one of these other ones. Your ranged weapon. Okay, so that's ranged in general. I mean, that's obviously going to apply to a shotgun, but either way, that's more damage is better. Okay, so that's probably not going to... Dead man sprinting probably isn't going to work in my favor because I have this. So if I drop below 40%, I use a stim pack. And then I'm not going to get the speed boost because I'm always going to be above 40%. So that's not really helpful. I have evasive already. I guess I could do pack and light just to like have something. So that's good. That's interesting. I love Bane as a villain because he's more than just a dumb brute. He's on par with Batman when it comes to being a tactician. No, yeah, like everybody's always fucking shits on Dark Knight Rises, the Nolan movie. Like, oh, it's the weakest one. And it's like, sure, okay. Like I can see some validity to that argument, but like I don't know, for me, fucking like Bane made that movie. Fucking fuck, what's his name? He's the guy who plays Eddie Brock and Venom. I always forget his name, but he plays Bane, and like I think he just did a really, really good job at playing Bane. Like I feel like it's another one of those things where like everybody expected the like, you know, fucking like the meathead character, the fucking giant like hulked out meathead version of Bane, which like is, you know, fair, but like so many people forget that Bane is an actual, you know, tactician. He's smart. He's you don't fucking like manage to be the one who has the reputation of the man who broke the bat without having some level of intelligence. Because like Batman has taken on like fucking like powerful, strong characters like that before. He's taken on Crocodile multiple times, and there's potentially an argument that Crocodile just like naturally is stronger than Bane. And it's like he's never managed to do that. You know who did? Bane. Why? Because he's smart. He figured out how to get him in that position, how to wear him down, and then gonzo. That's why, I mean, like, that's why Joker knows exactly who Batman is, but that's not the whole point. He very, very, I think maybe, actually. I actually don't know that for 100%. Like, which Batman villains know Bruce Wayne is Batman. Like, if I had to, like, take a guess, like, take a stab at it, I would probably say, like, maybe just Joker and Riddler. I can't see in most universes Riddler not being able to figure out that Bruce Wayne is Batman. And Joker is probably just known from the drop. Yeah. Should I just beeline straight for it? Maybe, well, ooh, there's a red rocket. Penguin also knows, and Bane. I mean, I get which comic books are interesting because there's always like different like one-offs and different like series where like different characters know different things. Bane I can see, especially in Nightfall. I think that's actually why he was able to get the drop on to get the upper hand on Batman, because he knows that he's Bruce Wayne. What about Penguin? You said Penguin? He knows? Whoa, hello. Oh shit. BattleBots, engage the sentry bot. Oh, I was stupid. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't notice that I was walking headlong into a fight that I was not gonna win. What's Penguin's? How does Penguin know that that Bruce Wayne is Batman? Stop shooting at me. You're missing, and you suck. Oh god, he's still coming. Oh shit, I ran into a floater. Oh god, I ran into another one. Fight the robot. Don't fight me. Leave me alone. Fuck you guys. I probably could actually take this guy out. There we go. Oh, shit. Alright, sick. I definitely need to upgrade my shotgun, though. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should fast travel to... I gotta fast travel to the White Springs again, gamers. Don't worry about it. Chill out. Stop freaking.
Gardens have always been the pride of the Whites.
Penguin found out that Bruce Wayne is Batman because he literally just followed Bruce Wayne around. He literally just spied on him, but he's too much of a slimy bitch to go through with it. That's really funny. That is like... That is like peak Penguin. More so because like I don't know, that kind of feels so like that doesn't feel very interesting that the Penguin figured out who Bruce Wayne is literally just by like following him around and shit like that. It's like, you know, it makes sense. It's oh, can I? I don't think I can actually. I think I can fuck with the legendaries. I don't think I can like upgrade this. I mean, I can upgrade different stuff, but I can't upgrade the level. Ooh. That's pretty cool. Get the eyeballs, that's kind of fun, but then the light them up. That's actually really cool. I might throw some skins on some of my weapons. Yeah, like that it makes sense. It's not super interesting, but like yeah, that makes sense. But then like fucking Penguin being too much of a bitch to actually like do anything with that is that's so Penguin. Like that's so like archetypal to his character, because he's all fucking like flair and intimidation, but when, you know, fucking push comes to shove, unless it's an area where he already has the upper hand, he can't fucking do shit. He's all bark, no bite. Very funny. I always fucking forget that I have grenades, so I'm just gonna fucking sell them. I always equip them, and then I'm like, cool, I have grenades, and then just never use them. Okay, so... Well, that's kind of a bummer. I can't really do anything with the, I can't really... excuse me. I have to, like, actually find higher level shotgun, which is kind of a bummer, but like yeah, it's what it is. I'll probably find a pump action somewhere. I need to just upgrade all my weapons. I'm still running around with like fucking level 1s. Gee whiz. Yeah, I don't have any spare legendaries, I don't think. Oh yeah, I forgot about you guys. Yeah, let's get them. Well, no. Okay, Somerset Special we'll hold on to. I don't like getting rid of the ones that have unique and cool and neat and interesting names. Okay. Let's see. See, there's even an event, Complete Invaders from Beyond, but that never fucking showed up. We were down here for like ever, and the sky was all fucking blue and green, but the Invaders from Beyond event just never popped up. That's so weird. That's so bizarre. That's so strange. What is this? Go away. I don't know how the fucking I don't know how the customization or the customized pin stuff keeps showing up on the window, but you know, it is what it is. All right. Well, for the right now, I think this is going to be where we start wrapping up the stream. So today we started a little bit later. This is all to oh my god, sorry. To be a bit more like, I guess not specifically like transparent, but to give a little bit more additional insight. Oh, that goes inside. I'm going outside. Oh my god, excuse me. Oh fuck, I went the wrong way. Basically just like my work shift and work hours and stuff is like changing around a little bit. I was at work currently. Give the camera a kiss goodnight. There's no camera. I'll split the difference here though. Mwah. There. I gave the White Spring Assaultron a kiss goodnight. You guys happy? Oh fuck. I got the hiccups. I drank and then fucking lost air and shit. Invaders is on the hour. I mean, yeah, but we were in an area where like the lighting and the sky had changed and stuff, and there just wasn't anything there wasn't anything going on. The lighting and stuff was there. It's just nothing was happening. We'll see what happens in like a minute or two here. Yoink. But so like again, basically my work schedule stuff is changing around a little bit. I might be going into a new position here pretty soon. People have that for the cameras. I forgot about the weather changer thing. You're so right. I didn't even fucking think about that. Chat's a fucking genius. Chat figured it out. Holy shit. Oh fuck. Sorry. I get hiccups. I get hiccups bad. They're fucking annoying. Oh god, there's a bear over there. Hold on. I gotta run back over here where it's safe. Oh, actually, here we go. Oh my god. Fuck me. That was insane. Ooh. We'll just like hang out here. So yeah, my work schedule is changed around a little bit. I was at work today. It ran a little bit later than our normal start time. I may be going into a new position here within like the next week or two. I'm still waiting to hear back from some stuff. Waiting for people to get back to me, this, that, and the other thing. I will most likely have a more concrete a more concrete understanding of what my work schedule is going to be like, probably, you know, next week, mid next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that. I don't really see much changing as far as the weekend stream goes. Our Fallout Friday streams may be a little bit later, maybe delayed. We might have to, you know, take a week off just for things to sort of like, again, figure themselves out. That's not something we're going to be doing this week. This week, besides, you know, the later start today, is we talked about at the top of the stream, going to be going exactly the way it normally goes. I'm just sort of in this like figuring out sort of phase. I may have to like take a brief break. Again, I'm hoping like worst case scenario, only like a week. We will see. I will keep you guys notified and up to date. Be sure to keep an eye in the Discord, on Blue Sky, or in the I guess, you know, on Twitch you have the schedule, and there's like a vacation mode. So like, you know, keep an eye on that. I'll put a vacation mode on if I need to, like, you know, take a week off just for the schedule to normalize a little bit. I will also be posting about it in the YouTube community tab. So, you know, follow all the socials, all that good shit. Socials linked in the description, whatnot, in the bio if you're watching on TikTok. And you will be notified and up to date as soon as I have a concept and make a move. I am just about wrapping up with a script, and then I'll start finalization, and then like, you know, footage gathering, planning, stuff like that. It's for my next long form video. I've talked about a long form project in the past. That one's kind of gone a little bit on a hiatus, but I got one I've been cooking up for a minute here, about an ongoing recent community conversation, to put a creative labeling on it. But as far as the live stream and stuff, that's not really going to change. Shorts may slow down slightly. Kind of depends on a couple factors. I have some pre-scheduled content, a lot of shorts, or you know, clips specifically that I can pull from, a lot of topics that I'm talking about. I have one short specifically that I set aside so I could do the One Piece video today, but I should have a long form video out relatively soon. And then as far as live streams go, we may take a break just like a week break to normalize the schedule a little bit. Again, kind of depending on a lot of factors, but we're just changing a little bit. Things should still be relatively the same, and hopefully more content coming out more often. It's been quite a while since I put out a long form video, and there's been a couple of factors to that, but we're working on it. We got stuff coming down the pipeline. For now though, this is the end of stream. I thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed, like, comment, share, subscribe, ring the bell, do all that good stuff. Check out the Adamcast podcast. Join the Discord, all the follows, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, all that good shit. We will be back tomorrow. If you've been in the Discord, you probably have an idea of what game we're going to be playing. We're taking a break from Baldur's Gate 3, the Bald Lock run, this week. And we have fun times for the weekend stream. So the weekend's here. Let's have fun with it. Thank you all so much for watching. We will see you next Friday for Fallout Friday. And we will see you tomorrow for the weekend stream, tomorrow and Sunday, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, as per normal. Oh God, I died. As per normal. I died. That's the end of the stream. I hope you guys have a good night. The weekend, let's do it. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Oh, wait, no. Wait. There we go.